Okay. Oh shit! Aeon! You're not even giving me time to pause. First! No. No. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Let me update the boards. Okay. That puts you in tied first with Fearless. Just letting you know. Hey, Wolfcrad. Come on in, friend. Come on in. I'm just looking over the super high scores, the first boards, and you know, Aeon, one more month and you'd be the next person to enter the Hall of Legends. Then it is Ortrizzi. And DJ Coil, Watto and welcome. Megaboss, Watto and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in. The question, Lance, is merely a legend in what? Come on in, friends, coming in. Hoffers, I'm feeling better. Like, this thing's taking an annoyingly long time to shift, but I'm back on my feeties. I'm good enough to be here. And that, dear friends, that is what matters. So yeah, C222. Hey! J-Post. Thank you, you fucking legend. Very doubtful, Watto and welcome. Very doubtful. It is lovely to think that Calcium Bonio would do anything to help out around here. Fucking lie about. How are you doing? Oh shit, yeah. Apparently Dinobot's on point today. Man, everyone's back. Fuck yeah. So yeah, so Hoffers, Lance, C222, DJ Coil, very doubtful, legend. All of you, Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. That, you know what, legend, that is something that Bonio does practice quite a lot. Whether or not Bonio succeeds is another matter entirely. So yeah. Rebels without applause, Watto and welcome. Missed you lot. Being ill sucks. It's just not fun. Not fun, not good. But no, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. The Skellengard. Not bad, not bad. So yeah. Coming in, friends, coming in. There's things to bant on, things to deconstruct, discussions to be had. And the coffee is good. The coffee is good. love a good deconstruction. Also, so the game we're playing today is one of those lovely little genre striders. It's not quite a cozy city builder. It's not quite an RTS. It's somewhere in between. And one of my industry friendos, Tomas, worked on it. And yo!
People say that carrots will increase your vision, but it's for the easiest way. Alcohol will double it.
Okay, Ehrman, I have got to remember that one. Yeah, sure. You can get better vision with carrots. With enough alcohol, I can double it. You ever heard of 40-40 vision? You're about to. But yeah, the game I'm going to be playing today, it's a little more RTS-y than I would usually do with your lovely selves, but I wanted to share it with you because, again, like, this is predominantly... To say this is Tomas's work, I think, is entirely fair. And the Falconeer Chronicles was initially a VR title that I believe got re-released. Yes. The Falconeer was one of the more interesting VR titles to drop. Like...
In order to see better, I have glasses of beer.
Okay, I like that one. Sorry, where are my manners? Friends, I've missed you lot. Ehrman, thank you so much for chucking in. Wolf Crowd as well. Like, seriously, thank you. Sorry, friends, I've been so excited to see you lot. I'm just immediately like, ooh, I've got so many stories, and I've got things to tell you about, and I watched some weird movies, and I've got some indie games to show you. So, sorry, and Trash Can Fighter as well. Watto and welcome. People sneaking in there without getting a proper greeting. Not on my watch. Nevadas, Ehrman, Watto and welcome. Oh. So yeah, the game I'm going to be playing today is a really good example of work smarter, not harder. Shadows, Watto and welcome. You did not sneak well enough. With the original game being kind of like a Magitech dogfighting game where you're on the back of this gigantic falcon, like fighting down... Hang on, I'm doing that thing again. Okay, so before we get into games, yeah, so this is what we're going to be getting into today. So, this is the Falconeer. Originally a VR title... originally conceived as a VR title. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous indie game, right? I don't think I need to explain why. I don't know if I could play this in VR. I'd probably vomit. But it was a really good example of a game that, yeah, worked smarter, not harder. They did work with wide production, so it's a, you know, published indie. I don't know if that's even a proper term. I'll show you a little bit more of it here, because this kind of nails it. We're not playing this game, though. We're going to be playing the follow-up to it. But I wanted to show you kind of like where this came from and why its follow-up is so interesting. And yeah, that is a pterodactyl. Don't worry about it. Because, like, I'm a big sucker for, you know, airships, Magitech nonsense. I'm a Panzer Dragoon Saga kid, you know? Hell, I was just talking about Crimson Skies the other day. It's weird how we've still not had anything that steps to that. So the game that we're going to be playing today is the follow-up is this mother hubbard right here. No.
We dive.
No. And it's a weird one. It had a little bit of trouble on launch because people didn't get it. It's a city builder, and it's an RTS, but not really. It's got enough of the build the city how you will experience. So far as I understand it, there is as much combat as you kind of want to throw into this. And yes, that is a giant walking crab. If we get the chance to have crab base, we're having crab base. DJ Coil, yeah, it was. Shibami, this is my game. This game was made for me, hanging out the side of a hole. And yes, Sir Garrett, if we've got time to gab, we've got time for crab! Crab battle! But I wanted to show you this one because it's a really good example of a game that would not pitch well. You would struggle to walk into a cold meeting and be like, I have an idea for a game. It's a cozy city builder that's also a strategy game, that's also a tactic game. What the fuck are you talking about? And yes, again, it is published. But I feel that with Tomas having such a strong personality and being a big part of the industry, like, he could do something this weird, and it's done good. Like, okay, it's not done gangbusters, but it's coming up on 1,000 positive reviews, and, you know, considering the state of Steam and things like that, that's good. Wolfcrad's asking, is anyone else having Steam issues? Stream issues. Now, if anyone is, please let me know. Like I said, we did up the quality of stream when we had the big old crash last week. So Jawami, and the thing is, it's not a They Are Billions type game, so it's not the, you know, build and turtle and defend, which, by the way, I do fucking love that style of game. It's another one of those titles where I don't tend to stream it because I just get so tunnel vision playing They Are Billions. God, that game is good. And there's so many variations on it now that are exceptional. Oh, Web of Chaos. Lovely. Lovely. So that's what we're going to be playing today. It should be very pretty. It should be very interesting. It's going to be a good one. Unholy Glee. Bulwark Evolution. The Falconeer Chronicles. Blah. And I'll tell you what, whilst we're waiting for everybody to get in, get settled, so we have an action-packed week ahead of us. We have a lot of streams. And hopefully, no more of the fucking Will getting sick. But it's going to be interesting this week. So I was looking over the schedule. I was trying to decide what I wanted to do because the world is fucking all over the place. And it does make choosing things a little tricky. So the reason I wanted to go with today's one is that it is a gorgeous, creative... I mean, indie in the sense that it is the brainchild of but a person. I kind of wish I'd tapped Tomas to bring him on for this particular stream, but I've not been racking at 100%. Tomorrow's gonna be Elden Ring as usual. We're continuing the climb to Radahn, and we've still got OG final bosses to battle as well. Now Thursday. I want to play something fucked up. But the problem is, it's hard to match the vibes. There were lots of games I was looking at. One that I was seriously considering, but it was a bit too dark, was a game called While We Wait Here, which is one of those like indie cafe games, but it's an indie cafe where you're just serving burgers and coffee. Yo, J-Post, heckin' thank you. You going back for your number one spot on the Hunter League and the Hunter boards. Oh, and jumping back, yeah, Web of Chaos. There's one of the two reasons why I have it on screen is one, so that you'll know when your messages pop up, allowing you to know when the delay is happening. And two, in the event of VOD watching, if I'm chatting to any of you here, people re-watching it will know what I was talking about. So, someone noticed. So yeah, I don't know why. I think it's because I've been under the weather this weekend, and I wanted to play something fucking weird. I don't want to play something that was easygoing or smooth, but trying to find something that really fit that was hard. And then I remembered one we've had sitting in our back pocket for a while, and that is Made in Abyss, Binary Star Falling into Darkness. And I was like, you know what? Made in Abyss is fucked up. Like, as a show, as a manga, it is an absolutely messed up ride. But it's not a messed up ride sans hope. I was talking to a friend about this over the weekend, and there was a lot of, especially around the 2000s, there was a lot of like misery core anime, you know, your Serial Experiments Lane, that kind of stuff. Like, impossible odds, nothing gets better, it ends on a sad note. The reason why I think people keep coming back to Made in Abyss as a property is that it is unforgivingly brutal. But in the same breath, it is about the wonder of the wonder of this alien world. You know, we experience the world through, I'm gonna say a child's eyes, because you grow up real fast. You grow up real fast from the abyss. But it's about understanding the ecology of that place, rather than treating it just like a hellish nightmare. We are the intruders on this beautiful ecosystem. I don't know. So that's what I'd like to do on Thursday. I don't know what to do with the Root Trees Are Dead, because I really want to keep playing some more of that. However, the second mystery is a direct continuation of the first. So I might do it as like a Long Ship After Dark, or something like that. But I know there was a lot of people that tapped out of the Root Trees Are Dead stream because they wanted to play it themselves. And that's understandable. Essentially, Jamami, the difference being is that Made in Abyss, it's being observed from a human standpoint. You know, Rainworld is... It's never stated who the creatures were in Rainworld. You can call them people or what have you, but the civilization that built the cities and the gigantic... how am I forgetting their names? Not architects. Well, that built like Pebs and Moon and everything like that. They are gone. They are out. Yeah, and Unholy Glee, that's where, you know, it's my job as the guy in the chair to balance, like, stuff I want to show you all, stuff I enjoy. Oh yeah, no, and Unholy Glee, it's feckin' good. And I do like that the second campaign is a continuation. Like, you can play the story, you can finish it, and then be done. And then there's, like, the continuation of the Root Tree family. I actually forget what we played last Thursday. My brain is jello. Oh, we played Digging a Hole, didn't we? Fucking Ron. So yeah, so on Thursday, I'd like to play Made in Abyss. Now, it's a video game, and it is a Spike Chunsoft developed game, which means that it won't be as brutal as the anime. And to my understanding, this one, you either make your own crawler or it follows a little bit of the story. I forget what the I forget the hook on this one. Oh, okay. So you're basically following the... Oh no, so Chornerus, I didn't mean that as a diss. Spike Chunsoft have been around for a very, very long time. So what I mean is that the title will probably have a very established third-person action setup. Like, in terms of gameplay mechanics, it won't be throwing anything at us that will be overtly surprising. Okay, yeah, so the hook with Binary Star is you play one of Rico's classmates who goes down after her. Okay. You know, very doubtful. I still have the theme from Donut Country on my... Sorry, Donut Country on my day-to-day playlist. It's so good. And, I mean, that whole game boils down to one of the best lines, which is, you know, don't make your apology my fault. No, sorry, don't make your apology my problem. Well, so Lance, when streaming mystery games, I try and find ones that are somewhat bite-sized. One of the reasons why we went so hard into the Black Watchman is that you could do the mysteries in chunks. And if you saw this part of it, you still had the rest of it to enjoy, right? And I kind of was hoping that the Root Trees Are Dead continuation would be that. Which is, with mystery games, I try and finish them in a sitting so that that one stream is nice and self-contained. I understand that by doing that, by the end of the stream, it's probably just me and like 2 people, but that's fine. At Trashcan, I don't know if Have a Garbage Day came from Donut Country, but that's where I got it into my vocab as well. Why? Why would you have Granny's Hot Butter Ice Cream? It is one of Chowder Man's bangers, I'll be honest. It's wild, okay, sorry, complete a tangent, but it's wild to think that Zalavir doing a fake rap song for Hypnospace Outlaw, just as an example of what was supposed to go in, which itself ended up making it into the game, has resulted in Zalavir doing a crossover track with Mega Ran. Like, how fucking cool is that? So Nevada says, someone mentioned having stream problems, just had a couple of crashes. Interesting. And Little Fire, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. So who was having problems earlier and are they better? Navalis, is it just freezing up on you? Huh. Because the first time in ages, it's actually not grumpy at me on the back end. Wild. And very doubtful. Thank you for filling pine glass. But yeah, streaming puzzle games and streaming mystery games is always a tricky... It's always a tricky balance, right?
Got a hive stuck in my fruit tree. Looks like they're running in Applebee's.
I have no words. I have no words. Thank you. Continuously throwing in large amounts of bits is how I stay alive. Those jokes do me a damage, so all things in balance. Doubtful, thank you for filling the pint glass. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. But yeah, jumping back to schedule stuff. The other reason why I wanted to throw in there Maiden Abyss is because it is an adaptation, which I always think is an interesting thing to discuss, and because nobody else I know has actually played it. And hey, if it ends up being like the that one weirdly Sword Art Online game that was really fucking good. Like, what if it ends up being a banger? It could happen. Which one was the which was the good Sword Art game? Fatal Bullet. God, that game fucking slapped. Lance, it's fine. I really don't like kids. Oh, and I guess the sand open playtest begun. Oh god. Very doubtful. Nostril cloning is funnier than nasal tentacles. Nasal tentacles is heinous. And Akira Zero, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. But thank you. Alright. I'll take any and all help I can. Like, at least my body had the good sense to get sick at the end of the week rather than the middle of the week. Very grateful for that one. I'm sad that we lost out on Saturday. I was really looking forward. So, the thing that we were going to do on Saturday but didn't get the chance to do was Running of the Numpties Doom Edition. Since the big update to Doom and Doom 2, they added 16-player multiplayer and 16-player co-op, including a whole new campaign. So what I wanted to do on Saturday was get as many of you together as wanted to be Doom Marines with me, and then just throw ourselves against the Hurt Me Plenty variant of the new levels, as I thought that would be silly as. And then I got fucking sick. I managed to make it through Abiotic Factor, feeling like arse. And that did turn me into a grumpy crumb bum at one point during the stream. I don't handle being sick well. I'm one of those people that I can put off being sick for a while, but once it kicks in, I'm a complete and utter, like, just... So, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Where's my emotional support tunes? There we go. Oh yeah, and so for this week, so Maiden Abyss on Thursday. Friday, Sea of Thieves, new season, which, it's fucking shark themed. The Hunter's Call are getting an upgrade. There's 2 new Megalodons that do new fucking terrible things. There's a new curse that turns you into a sharkman. There's also new ambient creatures coming and stuff like that, but... Lance, that's good to hear. Like, I still feel it, but I've got my energy levels back. So, like, I cleaned up my plague nest yesterday, I got the flat looking nice, I did some paperwork stuff.
Knowledge into patterns.
So yeah, it's good to know, good to know. I'm annoyed because it's the Seattle Indies meet tonight. I'm not going. Even if I was feeling 100%, like, I don't want to be the fucking plague vector, wipe out everybody while they're doing GDC prep. And also the big one, this Saturday, Memnol returns. We're getting closer and closer to the end of Memnol Season 2. Baron says we're probably like maybe 2 sessions out, maybe. Again, with Memnol, I know as much as you know in terms of like what's going to happen, but I'm excited to see how this all comes together. And Baron has started working on the tower, which is going to be very fun.
Should have joined the local embassy before you got sick, so you could have a diplomatic immunity.
Like the bad guy from Lethal Weapon 2, I've got diplomatic immunity, so Hammer, you can't sue. And Puns, thank you for the bits, friend. How you doing? Oh, coming in, friends, coming in. So yeah, so that's the week for Longshipian flavored nonsense.
Friend said he wants to poke all the new creatures in Monster Hunter. He sure lances a lot.
Okay, that's pretty good. And yeah, we are 2 weeks away from Monster Hunter Wilds. TLDR, friends, TLDR is that we're basically going to do one of the rare double headers for next Fridays when I will start Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm not sure how the story progression and multiplayer comes together, but if possible, I'd like to do what we did last time, which is have a big old lobby, just Longship and friends, and we'll just work through it together, you know. I'll see about resurrecting the Dark Souls thread on Discord. Okay, we had a Dark Souls chat group, same with like the Final Fantasy ones and stuff like that. Now, Akira Zero, according to the internet, there is PC and console crossplay. According to the internet.
Snipe, Jarl's decree, be kind to yourselves.
Shimami, that's a big ask for 200 bits. That's a big ask. I will acknowledge your Jarl's decree, and I will say nothing more. No, but seriously, Puns, Kira Zero, Shimami, like, thank you for the bits. You know? I need them to stay alive! So yeah, I'm starting to kind of scheme and plan on that one.
Knowledge into patterns.
Okay. But as for how stable that's going to be, and as for how... Because I'm under the impression that multiplayer is going to be functioning much like it did with Monster Hunter World. I.e., you have a lobby, people bundle into the lobby, and then head off in teams of 4. That's what I'm hoping for. Because honestly, some of my favorite times playing Monster Hunter was just like soaking in the sauna with you lot in Iceborne and just chatting. Yeah, Pons, these hoodies are fucking good. I'm trying not to sound like I'm pitching them because, like, again, I don't make money on these, but they're really good. This has been like my cozy hoodie. It's been fucking great. But yes, I am. Okay, so during the beta, it was set up for linked groups that were 16 players in general. Lobbies of 32 only interact with groups that size inside towns. Oh yeah, no. Like, and it's only going to be teams of 4 going off on a mission still, right? Like, I have read this, my brain's been goo for like the last few days, so I don't trust it. But no, so that's my plan overall for what we're going to be doing Monster Hunter-wise. I am going to be potentially inviting some guest hunters to join us. So for example, oh my god, Kovixology, who was our guest judge for the Giant Robot Contest, is also a Monster Hunter. So I've invited him to come hunting with us, and I'll see if there are any other of like the Friday Night of Thieves hunters who want to join in. But ultimately, it's just going to be lobby for Longship and friends. I know there are lots of places you can hunt. I know there are lots of teams you can get involved with. I'd like you to consider this to be your main home. We've got all of the voice channels and Discord available. Like, that's why, friends, we've put so much cash into Discord over the years. Might as well fucking use it, right? Well, Trashcan, the great thing about the Longship is that we have the knowledge, but we're also... There's a lot of us here who have destroyed our reaction speeds with alcohol and poor sleep. So, you'll be in good company. I started playing with Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. I did play the original, and I do now have a copy, which was a gift from Mandy, who is a fucking legend. I need to get that, like, framed. So, yeah. We've got enough peeps that you do not have to hunt alone, and you do not have to hunt with randoms. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, that's all we've got on the docket right now for long Shippy flavored nonsense. GDC is coming. GDC is coming. Any questions before we get into Vigigame news? Well, it's interesting, DJ Coil, like, when I got really into Monster Hunter Worlds when that first dropped, and then I think it was Generations or Generations X that dropped right after that, felt really hard to get back into the old way of playing. And then when Rise dropped, I missed so much of the quality of life changes. Sorry, Wolfgrad with speak for yourself on reaction speeds. Mine are fine. What do you mean it's been several minutes since you spoke about reaction speeds? I always feel like that fucking Star Trek meme where they throw a ball and then like a minute later she just goes. Like, it's... I was talking about this with some friends, when was it? At the last Seattle Indies meet, not the one tonight.
All those Bens I've known my whole life, and stores, and I wanted to tell you.
There used to be an esports league that was games industry only. The reason I wanted to mention that one is because, like, you know, as we all get older, reaction speeds start to go down the toilet, but you still want to play some of those old school games. You want to be in that same skill bracket. And it was great for a while, but then what happened was people started doing, like, intern hires or, like, temp hires during these esports tournaments of these, like, cracked out 20-year-olds and just unleashing them. Fucking bastards. Okay, so before we get into game news, one thing that I wanted to go through with you all very, very quickly. Oh, trash can to be continued. So I added a new rule over in our rules section. Well, actually, technically I added two. One of them is pretty self-explanatory, like no generative AIR. But I did add a little caveat that if somebody comes to us, if someone that we haven't met who's an indie dev who has put AIR in their game without knowing, we're going to help them. We're going to help them get rid of it. We're going to help them trash it. Or, I mean, there's a sliver of a chance it's somebody cool like Star Saint Germain who like made their own art and their own like adversarial AI network and programmed it on their own art. There is a slim chance we will come across someone like that. Highly doubt it, but you know. Because I think what's important is with a lot of people using the stuff, I don't think they realize what the tools that they are using do. And I think that's a situation where we can really help educate people in games, you know? However, anybody come around here selling that schlop, then the pitchforks and torches come out. Like, no mercy. Not even Nova can save them. Oh, hey, who wants to buy my art? That's generated. All right, fire up the pitchforks. Pitchforks. I don't know what a pitchfork is, and I hate that I've just willed it into existence. Pitchforks does sound worse. It really does. Fire up pitchforks. Flaming pitchforks. Alright, yeah, no, we're leaving pitchforks in the script. I don't know if I'm allowed to make pitchforks as an emote on Twitch. Because the one that broke my heart is that I think Angelo's posted it, and it was a team who are working on this really cool concept. It's a kind of like an e-reader, but for like visual novel / text adventures. It's got like a visual, well, supposed to have a visual inventory and some stock images, but ultimately it's just a text adventure e-reader. And I'm like, that's so fucking cool. That's so cool. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. It's going to a Kickstarter knockoff, and its whole thing is that, and its whole pitch page is just like riddled with AI art pitching it, and I'm just like, homie, I want to support it. I want to tell you about it, but everything on the marketing assets is so full of AI schlop. I'm just like, nah, because at that point, how do you know that the text adventures haven't been generated as well? You know, and it's really sad because like I'm seeing a lot of industry homies getting real keen for it, and I'm trying not to be that curmudgeon, but at the same time, like, don't fucking do it. Don't fucking do it. AI art, not even once. Because one thing that's been really interesting I've seen, so as you know, I'm a huge fan now of Dungeon Crawler Carl. I've read all 3 of the physical books. I now have to start the audiobooks because it turns out they did the audiobooks before the physical print. Don't ask me why, it's very confusing. I'm really enjoying it. And obviously because of that, social media has picked up on like, oh, Will's reading fantasy books now. I'm going to recommend him a shitload of I'm going to recommend Will a shitload of fantasy books.
Stop that.
No! J-Post, that is really cool of you, thank you. Like, seriously, J-Post. I know Twitch ads have been particularly terrible of late. That's real cool of you. Well, and Jamami, that's the thing. Most of it is at least a generative AI art, making it really fucking hard to point out like what is and isn't Garbo. Like, how can we tell the difference between what is shite and what isn't? And a larger portion of in the like self-published space, it is like generative trash. Now, in a weird way, the proliferation of this trash does mean that the good old-fashioned book club is probably the most powerful place to get good recommendations. And Vanderbeest, thank you for the pint glass. House order represent. But it's just been so wild seeing the proliferation of it, because as soon as you see AI schlop, that brings into question everything else in the title, or be it book or game or otherwise. And I find that fascinating. No, whatever it was I was going to add on the end of that, it just dropped out of my head. Yeah, Lance, that's a very, very good point. And I just want to hammer home that, like, people scraping art, people doing that generative AI schlop, they'll never have a home here in the Longship. But that doesn't mean we can't help those who don't know, right? Like, what's so strange is a lot of these people, they start using these tools in isolation. They don't know that it makes their stuff look like a scam. They don't know it makes it look cheap and terrible. And I think the thing that annoys me is we all know at least one really talented artist who could really use the fucking work right now. And when it's something like that e-reader book, if it was legit, if it is legit, like, bam, I'll get you an artist right now. I always forget roughly where you're located, Vanderbeest. It is pissing cold out here in Seattle, but it's very bright and clear again. It's been super great the last couple of days, like real good, like, sit indoors weather. So yeah. The other thing I wanted to talk to you all about real quick was a very confusing thing that I put in Discord. Oh, and just jumping back quickly, yes, Alnis, I have seen the same thing. I've now taken to, like, any indie games that cross my feed, I just scroll down, I look to see whether or not there's an AI disclaimer. Sometimes they don't, and my current rule is that if it doesn't pass the smell test, I'm not gonna risk it for a biscuit. Ooh, Vanderbeest, that's fucking cold. Damn. Damn. Seattle cold got nothing on that. Because yeah, after the whole thing with Mecha Blood, that broke my heart a little bit. And then as soon as I started seeing it and looking into it and realizing that a game that I thought was a really creative return to form just broke my little heart. Damien, what and welcome. How you doing, friend? I was talking about the text adventure e-reader thing that was doing the rounds yesterday. How it's got a whole bunch of like masses of AI schlop in the whole pitch, and how it's like, nah. As soon as you see that, the whole thing starts to feel like a scam. But the other thing I was talking about, Damien, as we're coming in, is like, if we, as the Longship, have people that come to us that have put that stuff in their games, are knowing that it is bad, are knowing that it's terrible, like, we can coach them through getting rid of it, you know? I don't want to see anybody get thrown to the curb out of ignorance, you know what I mean? Because it's entirely possible, if you are in your own weird little bubble and you are just poking around at dev tools and you start putting a game together, you might not know, you know? We do, and we can help. So yeah. Oh. I can have a Cadbury egg like once every 3 years just because of the sheer amount of sugar, but I do kind of miss them. Now, the other thing that I added to the long ship that I just want to touch on real quickly is nothing in ASCII. And this is definitely one of those things I really wish I didn't have to fucking write. The TLDR is... The world fucking sucks right now, especially if you are based in... Especially if you are based in the US. Fucking terrible right now. We're gonna get through it, friends. I believe in that. But we have to operate smart now. And we cannot assume that Discord as an outfit is going to have our back in any way, shape, or form. So, as we're moving forward over the next few years, make sure you are not putting anything in recordable formats that pertain to things that a fascist government would be... Don't get yourself in shit. Don't write about anything that you might be doing to fight the powers that be, and don't put anything into ASCII that will draw a target on your back. I was real specific about writing it in a weird way that anyone doing vague searches or...
44 6F 65
There you go.
73 20 74 68 65 20 66 6F 72 60 61 74 20 60 61 7.
That was the saddest fire truck of all time. An airman, thank you. It fucking sucks that we're in the cool zone, and I really wish we weren't. But we've got each other. We're gonna look after each other. We're gonna get through this. I really mean that. You know, we do not fly the rainbow flag here casually. And we will be doing everything within our powers to make things better. However, the internet is not our friend, and the places where we hang out, the places where we communicate, cannot be assumed to be safe spaces. For those of you worried, or for those of you who are looking to get organized, what I might do is ask some of the individuals who have better understanding of secure communications knowledge in a digital age. Maybe to do like a little workshop and stuff for people. But that'll be something that'll just be in voice chat, and we can go from there. I just want to make sure that everybody is fucking safe as best as we can. Alright? And I'm sorry, friends, I don't mean to bring that shit in here. My goal will be, first and foremost, at least stream-wise, to give you all a fucking break from it, because I fucking need it. I'm not telling you all to practice active ignorance or to ignore things, but also, you've got to have a fucking break from it all. Alright? But we also have to be safe, and we have to be smart. So, if you've got any more questions or follow-ups and stuff like that, feel free to ask. If you look anything vaguely like me, just understand that everybody else is having a way harder fucking time. And, again, I wish we weren't living in the cool zone. I really wish we weren't. May we live in uninteresting times. But yeah. Yes! Now, back to them video games. Which always feels like violent tonal whiplash, because, so games fucking slap. The games industry is being very, very weird right now. And I did want to bring up the nothing in ASCII just before we started to talk about the weirdness over on Marvel Rivals. Because that's been the big one that everyone's been chatting about today. Which is that the Seattle branch working on that, the Seattle dev team, have been jettisoned. Marvel Rivals is doing violently well. It has completely dislodged Overwatch to the point where, like, the Overwatch team are making statements about how it has affected them. And so everyone's kind of like looking around being like, wait, hang on, what? Because right now, we're seeing two kinds of layoffs, like industry-wise. We're seeing the corpo evil layoffs, i.e. firing people so that number go up. So that at end of year they can go, number go up, even though they've had successful stuff. And then we've seen the small to medium-sized teams who are just struggling to make money, you know. The Hyperlight Drifter follow-up is moving to a Patreon method to keep the team going.
Sonic Whip, magical item, 1d4 non-lethal damage. Special ability, tonal whiplash, deal damage in a 2-hex
That's pretty
radius.
Good. So it's a weird fucking anomaly to look at, because why would a successful title downsize? Now, there's a few theories. It could be that the Seattle team were more of a work for hire rather than part of the core team. Now the game is out the door and stable, they don't need them. Which, I mean, that's something that's happened in our industry a lot. We just didn't used to talk about it. You know. But there is also the possibility that NetEase, who are predominantly a Chinese company, didn't want to fucking deal with having to have an American wing, and so just cleaned them out. And Ehrman, that's also true. The third part of this being is like the reason why a lot of San Francisco devs used to really struggle is because, like, Seattle is not a cheap place to live. It's not the most expensive in the US, but it's up there. And the cost of hiring a team based out of Seattle versus the cost of having an internal team based out of some of the cheaper regions in China is very, very different. I'm not saying I agree with this, but, like, we gotta understand what's happening to deconstruct it, right? Moose said, if you're a smart person running Overwatch 2, how hard are you trying to snap up some of those people? I mean, it happened literally over the weekend. I don't have a lot of faith in the Blizzard remnants. I think that, in my personal opinion, Overwatch 2 is running on a skeleton crew as is. And there's very little they can do with that team in the short term to turn that project around. Because, okay, we all know what we want, which is the feature list that was originally pitched to consumers when they announced Overwatch 2. Like, that's what users want. Until that's delivered, I mean, they're fighting a losing battle. They recently announced they're reintroducing loot boxes. Like, cool. Fuck you. That's the problem that's keeping people from playing more Overwatch. Loot boxes. No, Moose, you're fucking right. That is a very smart power play. I don't see them having the creativity or the flexibility to do that. Because, one, they would have to acknowledge that they have been dethroned. And this is a hard one to convey unless you... Okay. Being a AAA dev studio, there's essentially this almost nationalism, for lack of a better term. Like, you love the game, you put your heart into it. Not everybody inside the project is that fanatical, but people love the games they worked on. I've definitely been guilty of that in the past. But this leads to this idea that, you know, any titles that you really do see as a competitor, they're dumb and wrong. There's obviously a thing that they're doing wrong and bad that you wouldn't do it like that. Like, the weird competitiveness of it, right? And this does mean that it's very hard for a game team to internalize when one of their rivals has overtaken them. Now, this is something that only happens in the big studios, where the disconnection between the people making the game and the people making the decisions is also very pronounced. So, you know. And most, like, I can understand that, you know. The reintroduction of loot boxes and the reintroduction of acquiring them by doing tasks and dailies and whatnot, cool, great, but I can't see a situation in which, without a drastic amount of, like, content that was originally put forth. Okay, because, like, if we look at the big budget turnarounds, your Cyberpunks, your No Man's Skies, etc., it takes a while and it takes a lot of money, but ultimately it's not just about core bug fixage. It ends up being getting the title to the state which the marketing presented to users before launch. And that's a lot of content. You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm not just trying to, like, wail on Overwatch. I know I got beef with it, but that's another story. But you can see what I'm saying. Like, it's been very, very interesting. I don't know what happened. The games industry's got this weird, like, hive mind squishiness, but a bunch of different industry people went back to Cyberpunk over the winter, kind of confirming a lot of the things that I talked about, that, you know, since it's been improved and worked on, like, that game's got weight. It actually fucking slaps. And it was really nice seeing some people who I consider to be really good, like, games writers going through some of the really good bits. And they haven't even gotten to Phantom Liberty yet. You know, I mean, Damien, I don't know if you're still lurking and irking, but, like, your post about, like, fishing on a water planet that you built in No Man's Sky kind of, I got the itch again. I wanted to get my ship in. I wanted to get going again, you know? And when you think about the marketing assets that were presented for both games and how they were pitched, the release being a drastic disproportion between those two things, and then the work putting it on parity with the initial pitch and then beyond, like, that's really powerful. Yeah. And we also have to remember that we're dealing with consumer perception here, not with, like, developer creation. If we look at all of Blizzard's catalog, they're usually very slow to do sequels, and those sequels are a big deal. Like, the difference between Diablo 3 and Diablo 4, creatively, it is a full-on, whole-ass game, alright? If you go back to the classics, the difference between StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2, holy shit. But the difference between Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2 is nothing. There are a couple new characters added, there's some tweaks, but ultimately, like, things that people liked have been removed. And also, they can no longer play that original. And I don't know if anyone within Blizzard's managerial structure has really stopped to acknowledge just how much damage that's done in terms of their public perception. You know? Honestly, they teed up Marvel Rivals to be a huge success. Yeah, Damien, that's fucking great. And Holy Glee, I mean, predominantly it was a maneuver that Activision quite liked. They did something similar with Destiny. It was a way to cease support of older systems and to essentially do a relaunch push with all the money that comes from it. Angelos, Watto and welcome. Come on in, come on in. So yeah. I mean, I often wonder how much value there is in talking about this, but I think we all kind of need to vent about it a little bit. Yeah, well, so Aldous, I don't disagree with that, but from a user perspective, you always have to be careful with your naming convention. Giving something a 2 or a follow-up implies a sequel. And in the video game world, sequel mean better, sequel mean more. That's just something that we've always had. Okay, so Devoshi, again, take movies and films, put them over there, throw them over there. But that is one thing that I do try and keep into perspective, is that users don't care. And we, in indie spaces, we have more users who are educated on how games are made and who's making them. But ultimately, users don't care. We have to remind ourselves of that. Have a good community, have a great banter. But if your game comes out and it is fucked and it is broken, you can explain it to your heart's content. You can talk with them. But ultimately, the user has given you money, and what they've gotten back is not what they wanted. Right? And I think that when you are, especially at a AAA level, unless your management structure is really clued in, is really paying attention, they don't fucking get it. And like the fact that Overwatch 1 is just gone. It's just papered over. Like, it's a drastic departure from what Blizzard have done over the years.
Good evening, doffs cap in your general direction.
I doff my cap at you. Kindball, how are you doing, friend? What? Oh, and welcome. But yeah, again, talking about this kind of stuff is fun. It doesn't really provide a lot of value for us on our end of the sphere. But like I said, I think it's a catharsis. Because, like, I don't think there's anybody sitting here who hasn't been affected by a Blizzard title throughout some point of their personal or professional career. And on Holy Glee, I entirely agree. It's easy to forget, Overwatch 1 was a boxed product. You physically bought it. And that's just gone. I bought something I'm no longer allowed to have. Oh, but Overwatch 2 is free to play, but that's not the same. Oh yeah, I mean, Damien, also that. And, like, if we're being pragmatic about it, like, very, very few people at the higher up you are the ladder, the less likely you are to get laid off. Meaning that the disconnection between those that make the game and those that make the decisions becomes more pronounced with each round of layoffs. So, like, you think of the 90s Blizzard team. Bunch of pasty white idiots in a fucking grey-ass office making StarCraft and making very poor life choices. But they were a functioning team. That is an environment where everybody can have an understanding of the reception of the game, how it's feeling, and what's going on with it. The Blizzard of today is a gigantic force of nature. You know, I don't want to say all, you know, separate the worker from the means of productions, but it kind of feels in that sort of fucking vein. And those people who had like an artistic hand in it that also understood the moving mechanics of it, they're gone now, scattered to the four winds. Oh, and Kaimel, I'm glad you had a good time, friend. Yeah. And Divershi, the interesting one with MMOs in terms of their functionality is that from a consumer standpoint, it always feels like more is being stacked on and then kind of condensed. You know, you don't have to buy every expansion pack, to my understanding, to get into World of Warcraft. If you're going to start playing it today, you do not have to buy every expansion that's ever come out, because that would be fucking hundreds upon hundreds of dollars. But those that did and played it don't feel cheated because it exists in a way that the user can understand. Obviously there was Cataclysm, but that's in the kettle of monkeys. But like the removal of one of their big successes and the replacement by a weaker, lackluster sequel removes the strength the original had, you know? Sorry, I'm long-winded agreeing. I'm sure we're all on the same page here. But again, like, I don't know how much of this is actually useful for us in discussion. Like, we're not going to see another Blizzard pop up. We might see some more breakaway successes, but I don't think we're going to see another independent powerhouse like that. Because, like, if you make your indie game and you make fuck tons of money, like fuck tons, there is no reason why you should suddenly hire 100 people and start being the next big AAA. Don't do it. You should hire 10 people and be super giant. Be super giant of what you want to do. Be sock pop. Alright? And I really hope one or all of you reaches that level of success. But, like, seriously, there's no benefit to becoming another bloated, gigantic AAA operation. If you desperately need to make something that large, don't risk your money, risk somebody else's. You know? By the point that you're a massive success and you want to make a huge online multiplayer title, go risk fucking NetEase's money or Sony's. Don't risk yours. If you want to make weird, fun, interesting, creative stuff, you know, keep your studio small. Keep a massive war chest so that you and your homies can make a wizard basketball visual novel sports game. And if it doesn't sell as well, then alright, we'll do the next thing. Oh, what's that next thing? Fucking Hades. Well, I mean, and Chaunerus, as I'm sure you know, if you're independent, Embracer Group can't force buy you. If you're publicly traded, Embracer can buy you. Someone explained it to me, and I'm sorry, my brain's still not at 100%, but there's a technique in business acquisition where you can make an offer so good that you can't not, that you have to accept it. Is it just a hostile takeover? Oh, no, sorry, it was Damien said that, but yeah. I mean, and this is what makes me worry about teams like Devolver, who are publicly traded. Oh, and Chaunerus, I'm so sorry, friend. Get you a big old mug of tea. It's the time for the Sports Direct mug. And Andorf, Watto, and welcome. Now look, if you oh no, very doubtful. Fucking good play. I actually have a goblet that takes a British pint of wine. I got it for when I'm streaming, so I don't have to keep getting up to get more. It's one of the the magical gnome cups, but it's pint-sized. It comes in pints. Okay, yeah, Divershi. So it was, as I understood it, that Angelo's American pints are slightly smaller. But on the flip side, Angelos, you can buy 32-ounce tall boys out here, so that's like a pint and a half in a can. Yeah. Divershi, thank you for confirming what I was saying. So yeah, once you are publicly traded, there are moves and tactics. I personally feel like... And look, I get it, okay? I'm not gonna hate on people who sell their studios, because one of the most stressful and most fucking exhausting and time-consuming things in games is getting the money. If it's not coming out of your pocket, you have to go to people and find cash, and it fucking sucks. Alright? Like, right now, no one's handing out cash. Publishers are being incredibly stingy, and most dance cards are already full. But even in years when it was easier to get cash, like, doing the pitching dance was really fucking hard. And sometimes it just came down to right place, right time. And, like, having to do that year in, year out to keep your team together is exhausting. If you just wanted to sit back and make games, you could just sell it to somebody. Like, oh, Microsoft are buying studios, fuck it, I'll sell mine. That way, I no longer have to, like, do the miserable parts of game dev, and I can just make my game. That's a big proportion why a lot of, like, independent studios end up selling. Removing that terrifying risk. Now, what that results in is the studio heads and the OG stakeholders get a fucking massive payout, and then everyone else ends up having a worse and worse time. God. And, like, I'm sure I've told you this like 5 gajillion times, but the one that broke me, I shouldn't say broke me, but the one that, like, haunts me was watching a dude explain. The game was fucking brilliant. I can't tell you about it, but it was heavily rooted in the concept of what does the cyberpunk future look like if you're not a pasty white fucker? Because, you know, ultimately, the Sprawl trilogy is based on, you know, it's written by William Gibson and his ideas of what the future would be like back in the 80s. And that has kind of bubbled up as the groundswell for a genre. And very good friend was looking at, like, the different identities and different cultures and coming from that and how it would affect what a cyberpunk future would look like. And I watched this individual pitch it to 5 white guys, all of who were in their 40s and 50s. And I could see on their faces that none of them fucking got it. And they passed on it. Because none of them fucking got it. So they missed out on something that would probably would have ended up being fucking brilliant. Because they're old and white. And, like, imagine doing that 50 times in 3 days to a bunch of blank white old faces. Like, that's what the pitching dance is. And, like, before all the money dried up, that was something I used to help people with. You know, not to toot my own horn, but one of my skills was being able to take someone's concept and boil it down into a way that old white people understood. I don't know why. For some reason, a lot of them seem to... I think there's some weird part of that certain kind of individual that looks at me and kind of projects. They like to see me, I guess, as like a student, and or if they hadn't made lots of money and married and settled down, that they like, oh, I'd be like that Will. They seem to like me, and I'm okay with that. And because of that, I have like a line of translation through between. Essentially. But money all gone, and unless you're throwing around something that's like guaranteed 100x return on investment, you know. I would say the thing that broke me when it comes to like the pitching and discussion was when I had this project that they needed like 20k to make it over the finish line. 20k. I couldn't even get an email response. Just make more COD. Yeah, it's so simple. Why doesn't everyone do it? Why aren't we making COD? What's this fish got that I don't? I mean, okay, Devoshi, the big three did used to be COD, Battlefield, Medal of Honor. Medal of Honor stalled out and died. Battlefield's been struggling. Like, at some point, Call of Duty will fall over because nothing lasts forever. They have been creating new game modes within their ecosystem, which might allow them to stave off entropy, but eventually the beast becomes bigger than it can feed itself. Like, that's how all AAA franchises die. But interestingly, even Battlefield as an operation has struggled to understand its differentiation in the space. And I'm hoping that, was it BattleBit Theater, showed them... But again, okay, bringing it back to stuff that is relevant to us, stuff that we can take. BattleBit Theater was made by a tiny team and has been violently successful. I mean, okay. Now, BattleBit is a remaster. That's fine. But I just need to point this out, that, like, we've been talking about, like, the Steam calculator, right? Once again, shout out to Impress Games. Now, this is not exact science, right? Okay, god darn it. It's being a knob end. Now, this isn't exact science, sorry. The game itself is $14.99. Oh, my apologies. The sun is hitting me, fucking bastards. I need to black that out. And I had a complete just like brain reset there. So TLDR, Empress Games have this calculation. I don't believe they were the ones that came up with it, but they have the best online calculator for it, and it calculates based on how many reviews the games have, how many copies have been sold, with the idea that, and this is not the calculation, but for example, if 100 people buy a game, it's likely that one person's going to leave a review that goes, hey, or this isn't an exact science, but it gives us a good rough understanding. So we can do a rough estimate. Now, BattleBit Remastered, which is for all intents and purposes Battlefield, but with chunky, blocky pixel art, you know, not quite, but almost Unity stock assets, has 122,000 reviews. So according to my calculations, BattleBit Remastered has made anywhere between $22 and $67 million. And that is a dinky little team, right? Oh, Shitaru, thank you for filling the pint glass. So, like, the hunger for users is still there. And it also does point out that, like, when it comes to a lot of these shooty gunbang, the experience of playing it trumps visual fidelity. And Angelos, I don't know, but it's got to happen at some point. Angelos was asking, at what point does COD repivot and become Fortnite in terms of art and style and tone? At some point, they have to stop chasing the fidelity curve. At some point. I mean, everyone's going to have to. And what that looks like, I don't know. I don't know. But it has to, right? We've talked about this before, like the quest for visual fidelity is like, it's a sharpening of a knife, right? Eventually it reaches a point where the amount of resources required to sharpen that knife even a little bit more drastically outweigh the return. I mean, so interestingly, so Damien, there's been a few recently, but I don't know how they've been doing. I believe, what was the Devolver one? Was it Devolver? Huh, I guess not. There was one that was kind of like a not quite TCG, not quite, damn. I would have sworn blind it was a Devolver game. I mean, New Blood's another safe bet. New Blood does not get enough credit for running a smart fucking operation. And to my understanding, New Blood is not publicly traded. No, I don't think it is. Ah, beans. That one's going to annoy me for a while. Yes. I mean, and Angelo's like, we've talked a lot about the yellow paint, but one of the reasons why it is necessary is that, like, reaching a level of high fidelity makes it very, very difficult to differentiate between active and non-active elements within an environment. Also, users are dumb. Sorry, I said it. We as devs don't want to put yellow paint in. We didn't. We do it for you. Hey, I resemble that remark. I wasn't going to say anything. Sorry, I'm just getting some water. Hang on, bear with me just a sec, friends. Oh, sweet mercy. Ah, yeah, legend. Good times, good times. Yeah. And Dave, I wish I knew Oshri better. Like, I've gotten drunk with him, but we're not like you and I are homies. Because, like, in terms of business, he plays fucking smart. And it's like you said, everybody knows New Blood predominantly for the memery and the nonsense, but it's all fire. It's fucking smart as. Where are my emotional support tunes? Is any good? Okay, that's all I have to do. Yeah, Furball, I had the same problem with Armored Core 4, or Animal Crossing 4, or Air Conditioning 4. But no, so like, okay, we've got multiple good points that are worth talking about. So one, we have reached the point where chasing high visual fidelity is not really worth it. There's a lot of funky things that UE5 puts in now, just as standard, and those are rad as shit, but yeah, vodka water bottle. No, Shadows, I'm pretty sure it's Animal Crossing 4. It's not Tito. Oh, now you all make fucking jokes about it. God damn it. God damn it. So those of you who didn't see this before, I was drinking water out of this while chatting, and I didn't say anything. I was just like, hey, what's up? I said nothing. No one commented at all. And it hit this point where I was like, is no one noticing? Or does everyone think I'm genuinely just necking vodka now and they're just not saying anything? So I was like, no, it's a bottle of water. You're painting yellow where the jokes should go. That's very good.
Reactor online.
Scotty!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Some of us have been here long enough to know. Also, if you're on the small can, we can't read the bottle.
You know what? That's fair. And Scotty, thank you. How are you doing, friend? But like, okay, this isn't a controversial thing to say, but a game with strong art direction does have a, like, if we're just being business wankers, it has a much, much longer tail. And what's interesting is that because of the physical limitations we had back in the day, like, we made a bunch of art decisions predominantly because we had no choice that ultimately led to iconic art styles. Chorby recently did a playthrough of Soul Reaver, and that game's whole, like, neon-soaked vibe is because the textures were really simple, but they used the early lighting effects to give it this differentiation. That style is still kind of iconic. That style still has a vibe to it. But then once you start getting into, like, more impressive hardware, those creative choices become more pronounced. I mean, not to just keep quoting, like, AAA games of yore, but things like Okami and Metal Gear Solid 2 made very distinct artistic choices, and they look fucking good. Whereas, of all of the realistic, you know, grey-brown, brown-grey, grey-grey shooters. So many of them have fallen by the wayside, and they have no soul behind them. Do you know what I mean? Furball, like, I wouldn't disagree. I know, and Kyball, like, absolutely. Now we're at a point where we don't have the same kind of physical limitations. We have to understand what those old things gave us. And look, I understand. I'm telling you what you already know right now. This is less of a Will breaks down all the great genius of games, and more like we all know it. But I think it feels bizarre seeing some of these larger titles continuously chasing the fidelity curve. Like, without a huge jump forward in... Oh no! Fearless, has it still got me on the little bell next to the follow? The one that gives you the alert? But yeah, without, in my humble opinion, a huge leap forward in physical hardware, I can't see a situation in which we're doing anything other now than just sharpening the knife. Did you check the bell end? Skeet up, but up, bell end. It fits. Well, so without... Okay, so also in lockstep, without some huge advancements in usability of engine, the feasibility of making games that, you know, increase the fidelity curve aren't going to be worth it. Because the amount of time and effort required to kind of like push the envelope even a little bit are so pronounced, and yet what you get back is so little. And if there's one thing that we have seen is that visual fidelity is no longer the mark of success. And yes, that is a very, very good point. And again, like, bringing into it the realities of the world we're in, going for cutting edge graphics right now means that you are putting a bunch of people on the sidelines because they do not have the hardware and capacity to run it. If you really do want a game that does 100 or 1,000 times return on investment, that shit needs to run on a fucking potato. Like, one thing that I don't think gets discussed enough is that the rampant success of Roblox, aside from being a child sweatshop factory, is that it runs on anything. It runs on library computers, home computers, it runs on fucking anything. And so people can create titles within that ecosystem that are aping existing AAA stuff, and I don't want to say that they make a profit, they succeed within that environment, and by kind of lowest common denominator. How are you feeling? Because I'm a potato. So Lance, I don't know if anybody's really done a study, but because the industry has shifted, right? Like, we only see a handful of, like, big AAA games coming out. You know, we see big, expensive titles, predominantly, like, live service and multiplayer stuff, but most of the people releasing things day in, day out aren't at that budget. So does fidelity increase sales? The thinking used to be that yes, it did, because the visual quality in assets before release ended up being a big pushing drive towards it. These days, I don't know. I really don't know. I can tell you that a striking visual style is more powerful than a realistic one, because a high fidelity, I'd say realistic, in air quotes, but that style blends into every other game that's moving into that state. Whereas something that is very clear and very visually its own is going to be so much more pronounced. That's the kind of shit that people can remember. That's the kind of shit that people can buy. I mean, the thing I always think about is that, like, we still talk about Spec Ops: The Line, obviously because of its meta-narrative elements, but Spec Ops: The Line aped a fuck ton of brown-grey cover shooters. Sorry. Thanks, I hate it. It aped a whole bunch of those quasi-military shooters that came out around that time. I cannot remember a single fucking one of them. Because they were everywhere for a while. All these, like, shooty gun bang, you know, military dudes doing military stuff, cover shooters. And they're all just gone. All of them chasing that quasi-realistic element, all of them trying to aim for the same thing, and they're just forgotten, right? But we're still talking about Okami, and again, it's such a hyperbole example, but also, fuck Capcom. Sorry. They're about to give us Monster Hunter, I probably shouldn't say that, but revisionist history is one of the things that pisses me off in games. Bobby Ballbag Kotick doing it last week, and Capcom also being like, actually, Okami sold real good. Like, fuck all the way off. What they've been saying is Okami has now sold very well globally. And that's after multiple re-releases in years. And I'm just like, Okami sold like dog shit because you marketed it like dog shit. Yes, Damien, exactly. It was the era before Blorange, but same kind of like, what? I'm a military guy doing military things over my shoulder. Because yeah, then it was after the guy, with the short facial hair, with the facial hair and the short and the sepia tone. After that was when we got the Blorange era, blue and orange. Blorange era was so funny. It's so hot right now. Blue and orange, blue and orange, blue and orange. Yeah, ironically for a game about a dog, it had a long tail. Blorange versus bisexual lighting. We know which one's better. But no, I get cheesed about that. Just Capcom being like, actually, like, Okami sold well. And it was like, motherfucker, you wouldn't even give that the time of day. Like, the reason why we got Okami Den was because Capcom Mobile wasn't doing anything. And they were like, you want to make a DS game? And they were like, sure. What license do you want? Like, I guess Okami. And to all my understanding, Okami Den was good. I never finished it. I played a bit of it, and I was like, boy, this is sure not as good as a sequel. I was a big Okami fan. I've told you. Sorry. I got that out of my system. I get grumpy when publishers try to do revisionist history, and I'm like, next they'll be like, hey, Beautiful Joe, man, sold so good. Love it. Great. Fuck off, Capcom. Beautiful Joe got a sequel. Okami didn't. Okay. Yeah, we shut down Clover Studios because they were making so much money. Anyway. My doctorate will end up being on, is it the Capcom 5? Oh. Like, I know we've talked about PNO3 a bunch of times, but there was a game that did so much on a fucking tiny budget. That game went hard on a fucking nothing budget and paved the way for Bayonetta. Never gets the love it deserves. Actually, fuck it. While we're continuing to natter, my show. No. Mix it up. There we go. Well, so Unholy Glee, the interesting thing about the World of Warcraft era of MMOs is it's such a great, like, kaiju battle that teaches us so much about the microcosm of games. I still think about it to this day. Because it's something that we're gonna see. We saw it with Battle Royales, we've seen it with live service games, we're about to see it with extraction shooters, that people miss the core elements of what makes a genre pop, and then pump too much money into it and die. Yeah, nobody's making Fortnite killers. But it's a cycle we see time and time again. And I guess when we have these emergent micro-genres, it's interesting that the business side of folks don't seem to understand. So, okay. I'd like to talk about Level 0 Extraction. Now, this one is... This one's a difficult one, but it is a point of what we're going to be seeing a lot of in the coming year. You know, like we said last year, like, brace yourselves, friends, because extraction shooters are going to be this year's whole thing. God, the MOBA craze. Fucking hell. It's just, this is something that our industry does time and time again. And Damien, at least Heroes of the Storm was remembered. World of Warcraft, Warhammer Online team, the entire team pivoted to like a MMO control scheme MOBA that ate shit so hard. Oh. Well, okay, so Gideon, with roguelikes, that is a maintainable genre. There's still loads of room to grow in that space, and when people are done with one title, they move on. The complexity of delivery isn't required on other people as well. So I want to talk about this. Now, this is level 0 extraction. Now, I'm not here to shit on this. I played it. It was interesting. Very rough around the edges. Conceptually good, but delivery difficult. The concept of this was one part extraction shooter, one part asymmetric multiplayer. So you and your squad are a bunch of homies doing a shooty gun bang against these, infected monsters. You go into these facilities trying to retrieve varying research documents and technology, etc. It's your typical kind of go in, grab the shit, get out. Also, there are other shooty gun bangsmen in there. The hook is that big old monster in the background, a huge gargantuan. A huge gargantuan xenomorph-like creature that is drastically affected by light. Those are played by people. And so the idea is that alongside other humans, you also have these monsters hunting you. And a wonderful concept. However, the balance between these three elements, PvP, asymmetrical PvP, and like the environmental nonsense, was far too complicated to understand from a user perspective. In terms of gameplay and actually like hands-on, ultimately the ambient creatures in the world were fucking terrifying. Those little mechs on treads would fucking destroy you. The people that you were up against, these little like crawling monsters, were very, very, very easy to put down. So they were an annoyance more than they were a threat. Damn it. Sorry. Sorry about that. And this created a situation where you needed 3 different groups of players, all invested. And it's very easy to make any of those teams feel like they have been hard done by. See, the extraction shooter as a genre, its strength is that it's high-intensity gameplay with low overhead costs. Each of these servers is an instance. Once it's over, it's done. Instance cleaned out, reset, jobs are good. You don't have to have anything actually in-world persistent. The downside with it is that as users as it is possible for users to lose things while they are in the environment, the possibility that each match will be somebody's last does increase. Now, Tarkov is obviously the kind of the progenitus of this. Again, fuck those guys. I do still play it. Tarkov had 2 characters that you could play as. You could play as your guy, a character that you slowly level over time, or you could play as a scav, a player-controlled NPC who starts with a pocket full of goodies. So the idea being is that if you lose too much, you play as a scav, you run out with your pocket full of loot, sell it, job's good. With this, the asymmetrical monster replaces the scav. So when you're playing as a monster, you're having fun, but there's nothing that you can gain that will help your character reacquire items they've lost, putting you at a baseline of risk. And unfortunately, Fable 6, that is the case. The original CGI trailer made the monster a threat, something to be afraid of. And you take that, you give it a human intellect, that's fucking scary. In actuality, It was very hard as the monsters to take out even a lone person by themselves. So you have a situation where if players start losing, they can't stop. And as the monster, you can't really do a lot of anything. So the core hook is dissipated. Now, why does this matter? Well, in a space that is so crammed, your unique hook is what's going to stand out. The weird thing is that this is different from the MMO problem, which was all about content, right? During the WoW era, every WoW killer had great concepts, but they were ultimately going up against a fully fledged MMO that had been running for years with years worth of content. And anything that you brought in could never have the same amount of content, right? Well, I mean, Favor 6, the design of this... The design of this is ultimately at odds with itself. Gideon mentioned GTFO, and GTFO has been wildly successful. The reason why GTFO is successful, in my humble opinion, is that thematically, it's really fucking hardcore, right? You are penal clone soldiers being sent into a zombie-infested hell site. You're dropped in. But in terms of actual gameplay, it's the opposite of an extraction shooter. It's closer to a board game. If you haven't played GTFO, you don't have to unlock anything. There are mods that you can pick up that will make you slightly better at one thing or another. But all of the guns, all of the equipment are essentially done on, like, seasons. You can choose any gun, any accessory, whatever you want. How you put your team together and how you do that is, I mean, that's ultimately up to you. But it means that you can take on these experiences as a squad, and if one of your friends has only just started playing, then boom, they can join you. You know? There was a real misunderstanding from Tarkov's success that bell curve of difficulty of trying to establish yourself in the space was the thing that users were seeking. Now, okay, so Favor 6, that is something different. That's an added spice. And that kind of like optional asymmetrical setup is not bad. Like, ultimately, Sniper Elite as a franchise desperately needs its next big jump. It desperately needs it. But that's another matter. You know, I don't know. Here's the thing. Anything that we're talking about right now, in deconstructing something like this, the speed at which extraction shooters are being pumped out, I don't think we could have an effect on. I would say, Angelos, that if you were doing your research based on who the most successful title in a space is, that's still Tarkov. Tarkov has a very, very toxic community. No, actually, no, sorry, that's unfair of me to say. The game that is Tarkov is merciless. And it's been like that since day one. It was able to succeed in gaining a user base because there was nothing else like it. If you put out the same title now with the same amount of brutality and difficulty curve, users would simply leave it. And I think there's a misunderstanding that in those titles that specific kind of difficulty is what users are seeking. But this is again where it comes back to like the shamanistic understanding of games versus like the metrics-based understanding of games. Because what you can end up with in the Tarkov situation is that your most vocal community are the people who are always at the top of the curve. Sorry, with extraction shooters, you have the curve, i.e. how much you can play, how much you can acquire, how good you can get your kit and your bullets and your guns. And anyone who is below the curve, you can basically stomp on. And because individuals lose everything when they go into an environment, that puts them drastically back. So like, all you need is like 2 or 3 failed missions in a row, and your stockpile is gone, your equipment is gone, you can't come back from that. You know, our good buddy Reflective Gamer used to do what he called Naked and Afraid, where he'd spawn into Tarkov with a knife and a smile and just see what he could do. And that was very funny, but he'd never be able to go into the more active environments without best kit, best gun, best bullets. Because the people playing it the hardest, they know how to min-max that environment. They become the threat. Sorry, I really like extraction shooters as a concept. I think that how you handle them, the minutia is what's important here. Oh, and Vernon, what's so welcome? I still feel not 100%, but I'm well enough to stream, and I've got a gorgeous indie game to show you in a bit. Yeah. Now, Scotty, Tarkov gets away with it because they were the first, right? And I think people forget that. Oh, Damien, if you want to throw it in, go for it. Now, one thing that I will say is Zero Seavant has shown us that the concept does not have to be a toxic shit show. Well, okay, Icarus is and isn't. As much as it pains me to admit that Icarus was very, very well done. Icarus is essentially an articulation on... No, not you! It's an articulation on craft and survival games, and is a really elegant solution to the... I'm bored. It's genuinely smart. Okay. Yeah, you know what, Damien? Tell me at GDC. Tell me at GDC, friend. I look forward to hearing about it. If you haven't seen it, so, Icarus is a craft and survival extraction shooter, kind of. Well, it's an extraction game. So the TLDR, you and your homies land on an alien planet. You have nothing except for what's in your pockets when you land. You have to build a shelter, get your stuff together, somehow find strange and rare alien artifacts, and then get on the extraction ship as it leaves. All of the artifacts that you take with you add to your meta progression. It's brilliant in its simplicity, because like one of the big problems with craft and survival games is that unless it is story driven, eventually people just go, I'm good. So eventually people just stop playing. When it comes to things like Rust and the Ilk, there's no end to those environments. And hey, that's fine. I'm not saying they're wrong, but it means that once you reach a certain point, it's kind of done. If you join a bunch of friends who've already started a Rust server or a Minecraft server, and you're not there at day one, they've already built a bit of everything, and you're there just like cobbling together your little shack next to their like fucking like beautiful palace, and it doesn't feel good. With Icarus, you land, you start building, and with the time limit, you need to break down into what everybody's doing, feel like you have a role. Now, Icarus was very shaky on launch, and it still has its problems. It's not perfect. And FYI, like, that was the most recent game by Rocketworks, who I used to work for. I didn't work on Icarus, it wasn't even an idea while I was then. What's Aeon? Permadeath in those kinds of games only works for users once they have a grounding. Yes, you're thinking of Guns of Icarus. That was fun for a while. That was fun. Their PvE mode was an inspired edition, but I forget why we haven't gone back to that. I can't remember if it was compatibility problems or something else. There was definitely a reason why we haven't been back to it. But yeah, so like, to my understanding, Valheim will eventually have a final boss that you beat and the game is won, right? With Subnautica, both of them, there are endings to the story. If you wanna, you can go back and play them as, you know, standard craft and survive, just build a little base and live in them. That's fine. But there is an end to those experiences, which means that recontextualizes how users see the environment. With something like Icarus, experimenting with it, exploring the environment and learning it, you're going to be starting again multiple times, and that's kind of cool. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is misunderstanding why these titles are successful is what is going to lead to a lot of these extraction shooters kind of like eating shit, you know? I think that with that level 0 that we were looking at earlier, had it just been squaddies versus aliens, they could have balanced it a lot better, because there's only 2 elements at play, right? If you said it's like GTFO, but there's a player-controlled fucking xenomorph coming at you, like, okay, that's cool as shit. But by trying to mix multi-PvP in the same place and something else, you're trying to balance so many elements all at once in a game genre where losing feels bad. Yes. Angelos, you are unfortunately correct that more often than not, the money people do not understand these. You know, they have people do market research for them. Those people miss the fucking point and all. And then they look around surprised peek-a-face when their PvPvEV PvP game doesn't sell. Because, like, okay, why is the extraction shooter genre doing so well? Adrenaline. So, the extraction shooter has 2 elements that make it very, very appealing to users. When you are playing it, your adrenaline is going really fucking high, because if you fuck up, all the things that you've got in your person, gone, right? Anytime things get crazy, there's a real sense of danger, of fear. And there is a craving for games like that for users. The other is that you don't actually have to create as much game as you would with other environments. You don't have to make balanced environments. And again, in terms of like server matching and things like that, it's a lot easier than other matchmaking type environments. You know, you can have users join late, you can have users queuing if you need to. Yeah, well, Scotty Doggy, I touched on that a little bit, but you are right that like Subnautica on hardcore can be soul destroying because there are things outside of your control. with the extraction shooter type stuff, it promotes this idea that if you get just enough goodies, rather than risking it for a biscuit, you might make a break for the extraction just to get your little like pile of treasure out, and that feels really good. So you kind of, instead of running around a map just gunning everything down, you slowly creep your way in and you creep your way back, and then maybe a little bit further and then a little bit back. You can turn one multiplayer environment into a lot of content. The other is that because it gives users ownership of their equipment, you get a little bit more of that feeling of like player expression within a space. But again, the adrenaline is high, and the amount that you can lose is very high. Oh, hang on, sorry. I might need to make another... What do you reckon, friends? Is this a 2 coffee day or is this a cup of tea day? I'm trying to decide. This might be a second coffee day. All I wanted to hit is that there's a big difference between the extraction shooter concept and playing a game on hardcore mode. You know, you're still trying to build your pile of goodies, your pile of kit, your creations. The risk reward is when you succeed in leaving one of those games, it feels incredible. I recently had the chance to play the Singularity one. Was it that Sin Duality one? Sorry, such a mouthful. And yeah, Sin Duality, Echoes of Ada. And oh, go on, man, the reviews are not kind. What did they do? Well, I had a good time with it. Jesus. Sorry, hang on, then I'll just bring it up on main here. So I had hands-on with this. It is violently negatively reviewed right now, which is weird. And there's a few things that this does well. One, it flags players that have been killing other players, kind of like classic MMO style. And when you get through a run, it gives you this breakdown of your whole session. It shows where you went, it shows what you did. It shows how close you were to other players. Okay, I know there's another trailer. Just, there we go. No, shush. Shush. And those kind of things like accent it very, very well. Also, the progression system is predominantly based around making your home base nicer for your waifu slash husbando, who is also like your mag from Phantasy Star, which is wild. Whichever partner you choose, they have a different class and ability. It's sad to see that it's not been positively received. And like, speed of engagement is also very, very different. I mean, I'm not saying it's perfect. There's no way to know what kind of unit you're going up against. So I chose an anti-mech mag, whose ability was basically to root someone in place for like 10 seconds, which is wildly powerful. But I don't know. Sorry, friends. I don't think there's anything else. I don't think there's anything else I have to add. No, Lance, I'm not suggesting anybody pick this up. I hadn't checked this recently, and it's mostly negative across the board. People are not happy. People are not happy. Fuck. I lost my train of thought. Oh, I was just going to add that the train to be following right now, as the extraction shooter is unfortunately now about to be completely saturated, unless you have something wildly different. I think the time of the dress-up game is now. Infinity Nikki is making so much money, and it's not getting discussed nearly as much as it should. Infinity Nikki will be dropping on Steam, I think next month after. And someone showed me one of the, not quite boss battles. Let's see if there's a Steam page up for it. Because Shadow says, what, Nikki? Alright. There we go. Alright, this is Infinity Nikki. And this is making silly money right now. It is open world exploration dress up. To my knowledge, there is no combat system. And sorry, what I was shown over the weekend was that the air quote boss battles in this is basically like a dance off slash like pose off with other people based on their fashion sense versus yours. Well, I mean, Legend, we joke about that. Like, we joke about Fashion Souls, we joke about Fashion Hunter, and the real end game of Final Fantasy XIV is dress up. We've known this for a long time, and here the fuck it is. And it's making stupid money. And I don't know, hang on. Sorry. I'm going to go back to our smooth jams. PNO3 is not cutting the mustard for this bit. I mean, MDH, I'm definitely going to give it a run around when it drops on Steam just to understand it a bit better. Because I did not know about the Vogue dance-off boss battle systems. But like, look how fucking cute this shit is. And the fact that it's non-conflict based as well. Well, I tell you what, maybe we'll do a fucking long shit day on this when it drops. Long shit plays dress up. Because the other thing that we always have to be careful with, because we are... As online communities go, the Longship is, on average, a lot older than a lot of others, right? And we have to make sure that we're not falling into parroting the same knowledge that we had, you know, back in the old box PC game days. It's way too easy to fall back on old knowledge, even as times change. You know, one of the things that all these crusty old white fuckers that we talk about are guilty of doing is just sitting on the knowledge that they used to have. You know, space games don't sell, you know, no one wants to buy fucking horror video games and shit like that. Shit, you got me there, Angelos. You got me there. the coziest open world game. And hey, the cozy revolution has been fascinating. Fuck, I did have an extra point I was going to put onto it. Now, the viability of creating something like this yourselves is trickier because it's not based on like a single player environment. It is still a high fidelity multiplayer game. Like, these assets are not cheap. But what can you learn from this for things that you could create? Also, I guess you can turn into like a little fucking cat. That's fucking great. Who doesn't want that? And not to Tonal Whiplash, but 2 titles. Here we go. So, no, that's just posing and looking cute. All right, that's fair. And I guess stunting on broke-ass orphans. 2 titles that have done very well that I think are worth talking about is, again, GTFO and The Forever Winter. Now, GTFO looks like an extraction shooter, isn't. It's just a shooty gun bang, don't get eaten by zombies. I was hoping to get the GTFO squad back together again. I haven't had any luck with that, but I'll keep trying. You know, it was easier during lockdown when I could just be like, hey, Jerry, I want to come play GTFO. Ooh. Now the GTFO's hit version 1. The Forever Winter, I'm sure most of you know because I talked to you off about it, but it is an extraction shooter, but the goal is to avoid having to shoot. And there are no like invasion mechanics or enemy players. It is technically like a little group co-op game. You have your settlement, your place to keep alive. So you go out into the wilderness, you get water, you get supplies, you come back. Whatever happens in the world, but it's not going to be from some lifeless, sweaty 14-year-old with a sniper rifle. I'm not bitter. You can tell I played a lot of Tarkov. And I think that those kinds of experiences are attainable for us. We can do that. You know, Zero Seven and, what was the one Legend said? Was it Liquid Neon? Was it Liquid Neon? No. Something Neon. No, I've completely misremembered it. Anyway, like taking that same vibe of the go in, grab stuff, get out, can be entirely achieved in a single player vibe. Blood Running, thank you, Legend. There's also Chernobylite, which took that same philosophy and applied it to like a stalker-style story game. You know, every day you choose a place to go to, and then you explore that part of the zone and get out. That was really fucking good. Favor 6, if you could be less correct, that would be great. And Gideon, thank you for the lurk, yo. I'm very doubtful. I mean, that's heckin' cool. I think that it is interesting because... the Animal Crossing games never sold great, but they always sold solid. And it was that thing of like, if you bought Animal Crossing, you were playing that for life. With the newest one, it is wild that it came at exactly the right time in history and has maintained. The amount of people who say things like, I'm gonna remake my island, and then actually do it, it's wonderful. It breaks my brain a little bit, but it's wonderful. Oh, man, we've been talking for 2.5 hours. I have missed you lot. I don't like being sick. I think I'm starting to go a bit weird by myself. But I also don't want to give anybody this bastard cold. Before we get started on game stuff, just to round up video game nonsense. Very doubtful. You could do it. You could do it. Yeah, an Unholy Glee, if you can. If you can. But yeah, grabbing the last few pieces of game news. I'm worried about Starbreeze. They made a statement that they're going to be looking to do brand crossovers for Payday 3. I don't think they're going to be able to pull out of this one. I think that if you haven't picked up Payday 2 or any of their better games, I think do it sooner rather than later. Because if you don't know the story, that company nearly went under multiple times. Thanks to the rampant success of Payday 2, they were able to claw back from the brink. Then they started making Payday 3, and it's been a disaster. Like, yes, Payday, the bank robbing game. Well, it's more of wave shooter. The actual bank robbing part of it went kind of out the window. Like, Payday 3 hasn't done awful. They do seem to have clawed it back a little bit. Like, 32,000 reviews means a lot of sales. But I don't think they've had the success they were expecting. And that's hard. Maybe they can pull it back around, but announcing that they're going to be doing brand crossovers before they've had the cohesion of a stable user base, that smacks to me that they're really having money problems. We talked about Marvel Rivals. The Nintendo Gold Point scheme is being discontinued. The Diablo speedrun world record has been disproven as a cheat, a hack, and a fake. And there's going to be a whole game jam based on the Elder Scrolls Persuasion Wheel, which, as someone pointed out, is probably due to the Noodle documentary of Strange Scaffold. And the Heart Machine is going to be moving to a Patreon support model to continue support of Hyperlight Breaker. I hope they succeed, but I will tell you this, friends. If you have a game and it's coming out and you find yourself with a huge groundswell, like people are super fucking keen, that is the point where you should go, hey, we've decided we're going to do a Patreon support model. You need to launch that shit when it is positive and when people have your back. Hyperlight Breaker had a very rocky launch, and it has been... They are fighting. And I want them to succeed. And this is not a critique of them. But if you launch your crowd support after the fact... Because let's be honest, what is crowdfunding if not popularity turned into money? Like... I don't mean to be a dick about it, but if we're looking at it from a business standpoint, I think that's an accurate thing to say. And like, feel free to chime in here. I think that's an accurate thing to say. And crowdfunding is taking that momentum and turning it into something, right? Launching a Kickstarter after you've already had a bit of a rocky launch is a bad move. Launching a Kickstarter as like hype is at fever pitch, fucking great. Now, we know a few games companies that have managed to create very, very successful Patreons. Most of those have done it by slowly growing rather than introducing it as a way to stave off death. So again, I hope Heart Machine succeed. I hope they do well. Like, Hyperlight Breaker was not ready for that early access launch, and I hope they're okay. Oh, crunchy. And Saren, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. I am. Whoa! I'm still a bit I still a bit bleh, but I've got my energy back and I can stream. I am gonna need to get a cup of tea though, because my throat's like, hey, we haven't talked in like days. What the fuck? What the fuck? But banter's good, friends good. Is there anything in games news that I've missed? I think I've covered it all.
I miss you.
Because yeah, aside from being sick, you've missed nothing, friends. I hate getting colds and shit like that because I am one of those people that it just shuts me down. So I've done nothing except for read Dungeon Crawler Carl and watch TV shows. I wanted to play games. I wanted to build Gundams and like actually take the time to like enjoy my hobbies. But I just felt like a gross blob. So I've not really done too much. I did finally finish Stalker 2. God, that game goes on too long. I really enjoyed Stalker 2. If you get the chance to play it, it's a lot more of a smooth experience than the other Stalker games. Like, it is a story game. Let the story carry you from place to place would be my recommendation. But I enjoyed it. I watched Kevin Can Fuck Himself, which is a fascinating little, like... It's a show that flits between being, like, a very American-style sitcom and a very dark and real story. Anytime the titular Kevin is in the room, it switches to that, like, everybody loves Raymond, fucking dog shit, like, American sitcom style. Very reminiscent of that one particular scene from Natural Born Killers. But anytime he leaves the room, it switches back to reality, and they use that jarring effect very well. I watched Interview with a Vampire, the series. It's got fucking in it. It's got fucking. Incredibly well done. Incredibly well done. You don't need me to tell you. And last night I watched, because I was feeling better, I watched Longlegs, which I guess is technically a horror. It's not. It is not a scary horror movie. It is the most FBC coded film I've seen in a while. It is not an SCP type movie. It is Federal Bureau of Control, the movie, starring Nicolas Cage. Like, I just kept thinking that our core protagonist was like baby Jesse Faden the whole time. And it was really good. Cinematography, incredible. Vibes, immaculate. Also had the station wagon in it. J-Post, you catching up? Yeah, welcome to the Severance floor. I've not listened to the audiobook yet, but I did watch the training videos. I haven't looked over the Lumen LinkedIn page yet to see if there's anything there. Furball, the sitcom one was called Kevin Can Fuck Himself. I watched it on Netflix, it's probably everywhere, and I would never, ever, ever recommend that you pirate any of these shows. I would never, ever tell you to do that. In fact, do not pirate television shows that are available on the internet. Don't do it. But yeah. And Furball, the good thing about that one is it's 2 seasons and done, which I really appreciated that they didn't drag it out. Shadows, the Vampire Show, was Interview with a Vampire, the show. I think Kevin Can Fuck Himself is on Amazon. I don't know why that made me laugh. Like you'd been like jump scared away, like Kevin Can Fuck Himself. Shadows, they did. It's an adaptation that acknowledges the movie but doesn't directly So if you watch the movie Interview with a Vampire, in theory, we are following the same writer much later in his career. And Louis re-invites him to his home to try and go over the story again. And I found it very, very good. But then again, I didn't read the original Anne Rice novels. So... I don't think there's anything else. I keep forgetting the name of it because I watched it while I definitely shouldn't have watched it while I was feeling ropey. But there is an Adult Swim animation about a mushroom that can cure any disease. And it is very, very good. It feels very similar to... I watched a few episodes of that, which was really, really good. And I definitely should not have watched it while I was feeling like bleh. So Vanderbeest, the problem is that the obvious answer is the best one. Which actor do you keep when you replace the rest of Muppets? Obviously, you keep the interviewer. Because everything else about it would just be so much funnier. Honestly, you could just do a full Muppet remake of Interview with a Vampire and it would be incredible. Vernon Flow? I don't think so. I'm trying to remember. Flo's the one with the cat in the boat. That does not ring a bell. But then again, like, you know, you lot are my main focus, and if I'm not hanging out here and doing stuff, and it's not Vidgy Gamery, I've just been a potato.
And many others, parallel to each other. Worlds like yours, where people's souls live inside their bodies.
Lance, I'd say flip it and reverse it. Interview with a Vampire, but anytime someone becomes a vampire, they become a Muppet. Just for the fact that it's so obvious, and everyone's pretending like they don't know. Okay, so Garrett, thank you. That was driving me loopy. It was Common Side Effect. It's incredible. Okay, it's the same people who did Scavenger's Reign. I weirdly got it in my head that it was the same people that did Carol at the End of the World, which, holy fuck, do not go into that show lightly. Holy fuck. Incredible show, and if you've got the mental fortitude for it, it has some of the best catharsis. But I put on Carol at the End of the World because I thought it was going to be a funny comedy. I thought it was going to be so funny. So funny. The premise, by the way, so there's an asteroid coming and it's going to wipe out the whole planet. Everybody knows it's coming, and it's not a post-apocalyptic type nonsense. It's closer to what I personally feel would happen. You know, people are going on cruises, people are going climbing and hang gliding and living life to the fullest. We center on Carol, who is struggling to adjust to this idea, and she finds an office inside a building where people are pretending like nothing's gonna happen. They are pretending like they have this office job where they have to do menial stuff. And like, oh, what a comedy. It's like, oh, at the end of the world, people pretending to do like office place type stuff. Oh, no. And I watched it all. Nope. It goes hard. But if you start it, just know you've got to finish it. Because if you can make it to the end, it is a beautiful meditation on how we choose to spend our time, and that there really is value in all of it. It's not for other people to tell us what we should be spending with our time. And I love that. I think that's a wonderful thing to tell people, you know? Especially for those of us who work in and around video games, we've all had that moment. I don't mean recently, that anyone who works in video games at some point has had this little thought in their head, which is like, why am I doing this? You know, this doesn't change the world. This doesn't influence things. I mean, it does, but that little voice of doubt that makes you question yourself. And it's like, no. Part of the joy of living is to be the most you that you can be, and to choose where you spend that time and where you spend that energy. It's not for anybody else to tell you. Yeah, no, Angela, it's animated, and the art style of it is so, like, quirky, throwaway, Netflixy. It's like when I started finally watching My Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, because I liked the music. That was no one. Oh boy! I have a real problem for falling into shows that make me question myself. Like BoJack Horseman, because I thought Will Arnett was funny. I've not been able to rewatch BoJack Horseman. Knowing where it's going, I can't do it. Oh, Scotty, that one's been on my list. I guess that one's a little bit more obvious that it's, you know, it's catharsis.
While I was out there.
Yeah, no, Lance, how fucking dare it? How dare a cartoon about a talking horse? Yeah. Much like my spicy pepper video, not knowing anything about BoJack Horseman is preferable because it'll help you get through it. And Todd is a fucking treasure, and I will fight and die for that man. And hey, like, the whole thing about improv being a weird cult genuinely made me laugh, because I don't know if many of you have interacted with improv people. Okay, improvisation as a skill in a tool set, great, brilliant, wonderful. But there are individuals who make improv their entire personality, and they are cult-like in their ways. And they scare me. They scare me. Oh. Okay, so friends, we're getting to the 3 hour mark. So we're going to be starting on a gorgeous game in just a sec. And obviously we'll keep talking and nattering, but I do need a cup of tea, and I'm going to throw my leftovers in the microwave. Have fun! That's feckin' cool. Like, a larger portion of the improv training I did when, you know, studying theatre stuff has been really useful. Like, if I'm being honest, like, I have a very absurdist style of humour. My whole bullshit is basically yes-anding all the time. But for some people, like, improv, it gets the hooks and tendrils in them, and it pulls them down. And then it's the everything. Like, I still remember the look on my friend's face when he's like, hey, do you want to come check out my improv show? And I laughed because I thought this was a bit. I laughed in his face. I was like, ah! And then I had to realize, oh no, you're serious. There was nothing I could say after that would repair the impact. I still feel bad about that. But no one in the history of people has said, I went to my friend's improv show and it was actually pretty good. No one's ever said that. I have heard people go, we went to Darren's improv thing, we got shithoused before and afterwards, and had a good time. Alright? Handlebar, Watto and welcome. Hello. I don't know how we got into the subject of improv. Oh no! Wait, Vernon, are you trying to tell me you improv'd so hard you burnt down a building? You mimed so hard, the kids aren't alright. Usually at Christmas. Usually at Christmas. No, misnomers. Like, not to derail the conversation, but absolutely. Like... Most forms of adult work, you have to be a performer, sometimes cosplayer, and therapist simultaneously. As my friend would put it, as service industry jobs go, it is by far the most complex and yet the least respected. Well, Handlebars, we're going to be going into a gorgeous indie game in just a second. Currently I have ambient Dreamcast era music for you. So hopefully that can... Alright. I'm sorry, friends. I need that cup of tea. My throat is fucking mad at me now. Alright, so don't go anywhere. I've got more tunes for you. I gotta put the kettle on though. Just bear with me 2 secs. Okay. I'll leave the... You know what? I'll leave the mic live. Fuck it. What are you gonna do? Hear me swearing in the background? Fuck it. Fuck it. You'll notice as the guinea pigs have been well fed, they do not give a shit. Okay. throwing some food in while we're at it. Oh, hey! J Post and Scotty, fucking thank you. Oh. And Handlebar, I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoy it. I don't know why this particular blend of games era drum and bass is my, like, happy place, but there we go. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so whilst I am popping foodstuffs on and whatnot, so I know it's a bit of a fluffy question, but what have you all been playing over the weekend? Because it's been... I haven't seen you all since Friday. What have you been up to? Tell me your tales. I had to stop myself from streaming, especially on, like, a Sunday when I started to feel a little bit better, and then immediately felt much worse. Interrupted by Microwave. Oh yes, fucking the saga going on right now with that's gorgeous. The saga going on with Helldivers is amazing. There's a black hole that broke a planet and is slowly moving towards Super Earth right now. Around the same time, everyone has been given a backpack nuke. This seems totally sensible. Shush you, I'm pretty. What's that for? Overfilled my tea. It's precarious as shit. Aeon finished below zero. Lovely. Well, obviously want to talk about it, but there's no way you can without spoilers. Okay, C222. I love... Like, we know that wouldn't happen. But what if it did? What if they failed? The black hole deletes Super Earth and Helldivers 2 just goes offline. That would be incredible. I mean, I imagine they do like a hand wavium and then reinstall it, but that would be so funny. Even just to bring it offline for like 4 hours. Super Earth's gone. Game over. It's done. And Scotty, how have you been finding a game about digging? Because I really enjoyed that. I kind of get what people were saying about wanting more. Obviously, leave people wanting more of your game, not less, is a great way to be. But I could definitely play more. EDF 14 begins now. Oh, interesting, Aeon. Interesting. I made myself a buttload of food yesterday, so it looks like a mess, but it's a marinated ginger soy beef bowl. It was so good. So good. Oh yeah, Wolf, you're gonna have to tell me the name of the title. Without context, I don't know what ACC is. Animal Crossing Continued? Armored Core Continuity? Assassin's Creed Codpiece? Oh, lovely! I actually, Furball, I've not spent as much time with Tactical Breach Wizards as I really want to. And I'm really hoping to spend more time with it. Because it looks fucking good. Yeah, Wolf, there was no way anyone was getting Assetto Corsa Competizone. What is TBW? Total ball No. God. Acronyms without context. Like... Fucking hell. Tactical Breach Wizards. Okay. Leaping between them. Total Ball Walls 2. Ah! Oh. Okay, not a cult, but very doubtful. It is always lovely to see you. I'm jelly I can't join you for a pint of wine, but I'm not back to full strength yet. And, you know what? Let's get the game started while we're having a natter, at the very least. So I can show you all the lovely stuff we got going on. Sort out Faffermancy while I'm having some lunch. Ah! To our BYO Battleship friend, Watto and welcome. How are you doing? A great excuse me to remind you friends to pick up a copy of Waves of Steel on Steam. It is fucking brilliant. If you weren't there for our streams of it, you are in for a treat. It's always hard. Oh, also, Waves of Steel does contain the writings of our very own Nessa as well, so... Yeah, well, Fearless, have a good time. If I was feeling better, I would come join you, but I do not want to be responsible for being the fucking plague vector. And yes, it does seem like the IT profession is basically doing battle with acronyms that make no sense. It just... They're used to... Back in the day, when there was only really like a handful of AAA games that people were really talking about at any one time, it was a lot easier to understand the acronyms and what was referring to what thing. But it's like anything with AC in it could be about like 12 different franchises now. And if there's no context with it...
Tactical breach wizard sounds like a synthetic laxative to me.
It gets the job done. Yeah, legend. You got it. And Scotty, thank you for the bits, friend. Keeping me alive! Like... But yeah, to our BYO Battleship friend, how are you doing? What have you been up to? Tell me your tales. Feels like it's been a million years. And I think we'll do this with mouse controls. Oh shit, Waves of Steel's on sale? Well, there you go, friends. If you haven't seen it, friends, have a look at that. It is a fucking good game. You should. You should post about that. Apparently it's on sale all week till the 24th. Okay, please tell me you're serious. Our BYO Battleship friend has said that they're working on the next game, the Torment Hexus, instead of the Torment Nexus. A tactical cyberpunk match 3 about throwing CEOs out of windows. Fuck yes. Steam page should be up in a month or so. You let me know. I will. You know I will hype that up. If I can help, you got me. Handlebar with, I still prefer tactical beach wizards. You know what? That's the spin-off. Like, that's the Dead or Alive beach volleyball of wizards. I'd watch that.
Welcome to Bulwark, a game about chaotic.
Oh shit!
No conventional controls, one button to paint the landscape, another to move. And while you paint towers and walls, people will start to make the world come alive. Keep building, that's the trick. This can be confusing at first, overwhelming even, but don't worry, there's also no mistakes.
Nice! Twitch, is this Twitch integration? Now, do I have to put the... Do I have to put the full address or just Viking Blonde, you reckon? Okay, I guess we get... I mean, that's actually pretty good. Wait. I have my own little tiny VTube guy. He's surprisingly on point. Let's make him a bit more ginger. Yeah. Oh, that's more. Yeah. Yeah, that's spot on. Let's just fucking go. Yeah, he's kind of hot mic'd. That's so cool. Also, I did like that was like a little note from Tomas just being like, hey, just build stuff. Let's feckin' go. So, to be aware of Battleship, I know you've met the guy behind it. Because you and I think were hanging when I saw him, if not last GDC, but the GDC before. So it's the same person who did the Falconeer, which was like a Magitech dogfighting game where you were on the back of a huge eagle, like zipping between like blimps and airships and stuff. This is the follow-up, which is kind of like one part. Or definitely the year before. Okay. But I believe you've met Tomas. But yeah, so this one is interesting because it's a city builder in that kind of like freescape, make it how you want. And then a city will kind of jut up from what you create. You know what? Let me just show you. We'll go through the tutorial.
Our people were wrecked during the War of the Tree. Castellus, Moorbridge.
Lagasse! Nova! Surprise bits!
Nothing remains of our prosperous resources.
Cheers to you, friend. How you doing?
Decades. We took what we had in order to resettle away from the warlords and fiefdoms that remain. We will succeed because on our backs the past was built, and from our hands the future will be brought.
And Vanderbeest and Scotty, thank you. Scotty, I didn't realise you'd taken the Jarldom. I did not ask you what your Jarl's decree was. I got my own little, like, Falcon sonar down here. Ah, you're finally here. Well, we built a few essential buildings, and I'll assist you in connecting things. Okay. Get me up and running. While on the ground, you will focus on a single building at a time. Allow you to build outward in a variety of ways later on. Alright. Okay, hold middle mouse to rotate. Ooh. Okay, first connect this to the wood mill. Alright, I can do that. Oh, right mouse button once they're connected. There we go. How fucking cool is that? Look how fucking cool this is. Did I not tell you? Did I not tell you I had cool shit? There we go. And now we've got our cool ass fucking tower working, I guess. How fucking cool is this? Okay. God, this game's gorgeous. Build more connecting towers and walkways from the woodwell. Inspect the resources flow with tab. Okay. This seems good. I guess it wants us to build more of kind of like an infrastructure in between them. Storm's real fucking cool as well. Okay. I think we've upgraded all the things we were supposed to. Oh, okay, so these like central points, we can now upgrade them to stone. Okay, I get it now. I get it. Wait! What the fuck? Alright, so as we start playing, you're going to be able to throw friends or pirates or... What's a botter? Alright. Let me get out of the tutorial, and then I guess you'll get to fuck with me. Okay. Okay, this is cool. So you physically spawn foundations around your tower. The stone towers are now more sturdy. So if we rebuild those, we can rebuild this structure here. Oh, fucking love to see it. Oh, this is real fucking cool. So now we can get rid of all of the kind of the water world type nonsense. Okay. I don't think it's going to let you fuck with me just yet. I think I need to get it out of the tutorial. Okay. Okay. Alright, space to switch between ground and air units. Oh, okay. Alright, this is our guy. What's up, guy? Woo! Alright, let's go for a fucking trundle. It is also very strange that you have Will and Tiny Will also talking at the same time. I feel like he's interrupting me. Okay, it would be exceedingly funny. Alright. Surveyor can build a miner spot, workers mine for all. Alright, well let's fucking do that. Let's build a trade route for ships. Okay. Spawn friends. Harbour must be built in deep water, close to a shore. When your cursor changes to an anchor. Alright, so there is our island. So we kind of need a port on this side. Oh, we've got no access to wood. Okay, so when your cursor changes into an anchor. Oh, okay. That's pretty fucking cool. Hey, Captain Salad Tree. Alright, now we've got ourselves a good old-fashioned harbour. And we'll pop ourselves a nice little way around there. Job's good 'un. Make sure it's all nice and fancy-like. Okay, move the cursor over the harbour. Alright. Wait, hang on. No. No! No! Stop flying! Sorry, I'm trying to work out how to... Okay. Move your cursor over the harbour. Hold on. Let's open the captain's menu. Alright, congratulations, Salad Tree. You are our...
The ironite transport is helping our settlement grow and prosper.
You guys sent fucking pirates at me. Oh, they don't seem to be trying to kill me. I need to get close to your output space, which is surveyor. Alright, so now ships are being sent. Alright. Currently the pirates are just fucking hanging out. I don't know what you all did. I don't have to say thank you or fuck you. But... okay. Aha! With iron, we can start building up defensive structures, such as command towers. Oh, we get to build fancy stuff now. I'm kind of digging this whole, like, labyrinthian construction. Ooh, look at them fancy fucking towers! Oh, I tell thee. That's right, good that is. Spawn the plague. No! No plague. No plague. Yar, be Tim fucking Heaton. Scourge of the seven. Actually, I like Tim. I can't bitch about Tim, but I can go fucking Tim fucking yeah. Fucking love that fucking me fucking yeah. I will never get tired of doing Tim Heaton impressions. Ooh, okay, these get fancy. All right. Okay, the speed at which we have gone from starting this to having a really fucking cool looking operation is making me very happy. If I check options, the Twitch settings do seem a little quick. What if I turn off the spawn units for now? That should keep it from getting too spicy. But it will continue to add you lot as ship captains and characters. And honestly, that's what we're fucking here for. higher floor. We're not quite there yet. Oh, fucking fancy. Oh, that's fucking right good. That is fucking yeah. Oh, apparently I crammed a little tower in here and I didn't even know it. Are they billions? Nay, they are barnacles! I mean, to my understanding, this isn't going to have that whole kind of, like, Zerg wave defend against. Yo! We can build cool bridges! Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Don't even worry about it. It's fine, I'm building my own weird little, like, city of chaos. Don't even worry about it. Infrastructure is not my strongest suit! Okay. Love to see it. Love to see it. How fucking cool this place is already. Look how fucking cool this is. Okay. We made a cool thing! Okay, expand your command tower. Okay, firstly, upgrade a basic stone tower to come to mountain tower. Okay. Build 4 foundations. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Oh shit, we got them big towers. Let's fucking go! I don't know why it's still doing that. Okay. I don't know why it's done that. I don't rightly know. I don't rightly know. Okay. Sorry about that. Wolf, I'm sorry. You should build 3 balconies on your command tower. 1, 2, 3. We're going up. This command tower's looking stout.
I asked my friend to play Pokemon, got a call from my mom later that she has to slap my friend in the face. Friend later said he thought I said poke me mum.
God darn it. That's bad. Mighty command towers have the potential to reach high into the sky. Their height can be increased by adding foundations, as well as better access to workers. Alright. You know what? I'm liking the look of this one. I think this is going to be our next, like, super tower. Yeah.
I have a cheesy pun for you.
Yeah.
I'm fondue.
Fondue you. Fondue. Why must you hurt me so? Man, it's a good thing that there are no stories about building excessive towers is a bad, ill-advised idea. God, can you imagine that? Building obscenely large towers somehow led to repercussions. That would be terrible. Woo!
Police kept questioning me about a Swiss being full of hole. I wish they would stop grilling me about cheese.
What is happening here? Ha-ha! How's that for a fucking cool bridge? Okay. Oh, okay, so.
You will find no finer stable, not since the hay removed the tree.
Stabler Marshall?
While retinue of falconers is eager to settle in.
I don't know if Marshall Ray is chilling or illing, but congratulations, you have your own tower. All right, congratulations. Look at these little guys. They know what's up. No, not you. Okay, so what about our main spot? Doesn't want to let me do cool shit with that one. It's fine. It's fine. Don't want to do cool shit anyway. So who gets this one? This one needs to be bigger. Alright, I can do that. You're right, we haven't seen a Megalodon in a while. I was going to make a joke about it, and then I was fucking reminded that the next Sea of Thieves season is just Megalodon o'clock. What the hell is a soul tree? Well, that is a good question, Numbers. So I was looking at the schedule yesterday, and it's like, so next week is Monster Hunter. This week is Memnol. So we've got to find a way to put this all together. Huh. I wonder, are we supposed to continue with the tutorial area and just explore? Go handle smelly log floater. Thanks, I hate it. Alright, well, let's go explore some of these fucking islands then, I guess. Oh, that's cute. Flying with the gulls. Oh. Alright, nothing to be found here. Okay, there's an additional quarry this way. It took me far too long to realise what you were saying, Aeon. Oh no, okay, so we're done with the tutorial. Now we're just playing the game for realsies. Okay. So there's an enemy faction here at Smelly Log Floater. And it looks like if we head further due east, there's another quarry we can work with. Oh, but on our own island, there's more wood. So, okay, let's work towards that. Alright, well, you do your thing, buddy. Oh, Aeon, have a lovely rest of your evening. To be continued, friend. And apparently we've got new cool shit coming along, so love to see it. I'll have to create a few different routes for crossing. Oh, okay. Sorry, there's wood resources here. No, it's there. It's the fucking... Okay. I get it now. You're a bunch of dickweeds. Hostile pirates incoming. I can't believe you've done this! Ha! A great victory! Get fucked! Yeah.
You can't believe. You have met us, right?
You know what? Fair. Fair. Bacon, thank you for the bits. Okay. So it doesn't have access to resources. Okay. So we'll come back to this. Come back to this. Now we want to head east-ish to our other outpost. Excuse me. And see where it takes us. Seems the gold arrow is currently pointing home. The question mark is, I guess, towards our next spot. That's already been constructed. Alright, so we want to keep heading this way. See if we can find another quarry out in the mist. Right, I mean, Dustin, if you've done the cleaning of... Hey!
76, 76, 76, 76,
76. 76. How are you doing, friend? Huh. You have no available resource extractors. Does our guy need to, like, refill? Hey, Sean, you know what? I keep saying that. Like, the baseline right now for us all is fucking terrible. But, you know, we're all getting through it together. Sean, I can't remember if I asked if you were doing GDC, as it does look like I'm going to be going. There's a company that was looking for people to stream from their booth. And I was like, you know what? You need a numpty who knows how to make noise at a moment's notice. I got you. Yeah, GDC! Right now, I'm not entirely sure as to how we are going to... I'm not entirely sure as to how we're going to be adding to this, but we'll make it work somehow, right? Right now, I'm not entirely sure how to build other resource gatherers. But yeah. Oh! I mean, Edwin, if you're doing a Costco run, you've got to get the hot dogs. So you're making money back. No! No more pirates! Apparently, I need to construct additional pylons. But Sean, aside from like working for a few of the days doing the streaming stuff, I'm going to be mostly free. So GDC bevies are required. There we go, much better. Don't even worry about the storms. Chaunerus, all we've managed to get to spawn so far has been the pirates. So I'm not entirely sure. Like, I don't know who that little guy is, just flying about, doing his thing. Looks fucking cool, though. I feel like Tutorial Guide told me what it was I needed to do, and I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, so this is, I don't know if you've seen this one, Sean, this is Tomas's newest game. And it takes all of the elements of those cozy, like, castle builders and turns it into more of a, I don't want to call it a strategy game, I don't really want to call it a 4X or anything like that. It's its own kind of holistic empire builder. I don't know, I don't have a better way to describe it right now. So, I currently have this gigantic battle tower.
Rest assured, friend.
Like, I'm free-falling it. Free-falling it? Free-balling it. I mean, I guess also, we haven't been destroyed yet. We have trade with a little island outpost that we set up. And I wonder if the Marshal Reyes forces are what's protecting us. I mean, Rebels, that's why we make video games, so we don't have to deal with pesky things like realism and architecture. There we go. Yeah, it does, but the thing is, we're not min-maxing resources, right? There's no, like, ticks over time. So yeah, if we bring this in, our stone quarry makes 6, and I think that means that it'll extend 6 jumps from where it's at. So we can get stone to there, and we can get iron through to there. If we head on over to the harbour, yes, we've got about like 5 or 6 iron coming in from the harbour. So that means like for this central area, we are spoilt for resources. We've got 16 wood, which is very good for us. There isn't anything more we can do to improve on that one. Okay. It's also saying that encouraging workers to move around this area increases productivity. So, if we jump over to here, the iron mine is producing 6, right? Ah, but we don't have any resources to... So there's nothing we can do without exporting wood to this place.
The iron transport is helping our settlement grow and prosper.
But despite its weirdness, it doesn't... Okay. The Twitch integration stuff is a little bit janky, though. I don't know what's going on with that. Because I turned off the... Oh, I thought I turned off the vote. Usernames for NPCs. Yeah. Chat can force choices. Yes. Spawn unit. Personal avatar. Yes. Weird lip syncing with my tiny character, which is awesome. I mean, let's see if that helps. Because, yeah, it's not that I don't mind, it's just the choices happen so fast.
IRL, great graphics, questionable gameplay, third-party healthcare agreements and end-user licensing for alcohol required. Some DLC will become mandatory as game matures.
Scotty, thank you for the bit, obviously, yeah, no. There's gameplay elements of IRL that, honestly, I feel could definitely use some work. Not gonna lie. Oh, beans. Well, I didn't mean to do that, but fuck it. Okay, and as you can see, because we've increased the amount of people living around this area, even turning it into a fucking mess, these little, like, farming setups have appeared around the wooden mushrooms. So the question is, how do we get that to work over here? Alright. Alright, so I guess we'll head south and see where it leads us. Yeah. So Virals, what on welcome, how are you doing? I think I was there for the conversation about how all games should have save states. And I love that in theory. I don't think people understand in practice how insanely complex that is. There we go.
They bring the need for uneasy alliances. My group and I have been on the run for so long, we seek refuge and will submit to your service.
Okay, we can roll with the pirates some numbers. I don't know, it's a tricky choice.
Hard times. In that case, let us return to the old ways. I never had a good feeling. These are hard times, and thus they bring the need for uneasy alliances. My group and I have been on the run for so long, we seek refuge and will submit to your service.
You know what? Numbers. Welcome to the tribe. All right, and this is our second outpost. All right, let's have a look on the map and see if there's anything. Okay, cool. It seems like we now have... Yeah, there's now a small fleet of cool pirates who want to hang out with us. Caffeine, I've not spent enough time with it to truly understand yet, but it looks like...
I will carry stone and workers only, nothing else.
It brings me joy to see our settlement thriving. No more restless nights for me.
Got no wood. Lol. Fucking what? We're getting attacked by giant flying manta rays. Sorry, I wondered why my friend was sending me very, very, very strange gifts. His missus just went into labour. So Caffeine, this one's really fascinating. You know, oh, damn, this game's pretty. Gotta get a picture of that. That's the thumbnail. So you know games like... Oh, fucking hell. You just got into it. JoeCat loved it. It was the... You build a castle and you expand upon it. It's got that kind of city building mechanic. So while we set up towers, everything else is interconnected and generated based on what we've got. In terms of like base building and management, it's very... Okay, simplistic seems like I'm disrespecting it. It is very simplistic. Okay. I wonder... So it does seem like our population is very happy to be here. Okay. So now... How do you fucking do this? Sorry, I'm trying to work out how to build a research tower. Which, again, I'm pretty sure I got told. But don't even worry about it.
It brings me joy to see our settlement thriving. No more wrestling.
Oh wow, our city's doing fucking great. Look at this! That's like ye olde metropolis. Yeah. Okay, look how fucking gorgeous that is. This is why we make fucking games. I'm sorry, friends. I've been very much ignoring all of your beautiful selves. I'm picking away at this how to construct additional pylons. Now, I don't know if Tomas made this completely solo. I actually hadn't had the chance to talk about how much he did. Back when Twitter was a place that we actually enjoyed spending time, it was really interesting getting to see his development process. And dude was real honest about the challenges and struggles that he's had, you know, making video games. And I'm always going to respect anybody that it takes the time to share that knowledge, you know? So caffeine, I've been meaning to. Though if you think I am a force of nature, I got nothing on them. Dude is a proper ledge. But look how like, oh, this is so fucking cool. I mean, you can send as many pirates as you want. Numbers is on my side. You can't touch me. British Climbing League named Proper Ledge. Well, joke's on you, because I'm going to put a castle on top of there. And no one can stop me! Okay, maybe people can stop me! I've just realised it looks cool. Oh, and Caffeine, thank you for linking the game. I'm sorry, friends. We were full-on Bantermancy mode, and then I started this and completely drifted off into the ether. Okay, I still don't know how to do the thing that we're trying to do. Apology denied! Oh shit. I mean, you heard it, friends. The apology has been Categorically removed. Don't know what I'm going to do. Okay, so if we build a tower right here, connect that sucker to everybody else, and then build it like right out. We'll build up those foundations, get ourselves like a nice beefy setup. This will increase the amount of peeps we can have by our quarry. Yes! More people we have, more stone we're getting out, thus increasing how many haha, which will increase how much we can build further afield. Alright, this is all part of my ingenious plan. Diversion, marked safe from eating calories to survive. No, you know what? Glad to know you're okay. It's a dangerous activity, and you know we would have worried. But yeah, the procedural generation on this is so fucking good. Trying to see if I can get another beefy tower. If I gotta go down and fortify them foundations, eh? It's a kaleidoscope, innit? But yeah, so the quarry's now up to 10. Now, does this mean we can use our little... We can use Blimp Lord to build a... Alright, but what do you need? Ah, you fool! Tell me what we need! Is it iron? You know what, fuck it. I'm just having a good time building us all this cool shit. Oh, okay. Got an idea. So, Harbour Origin here. What's up?
The iron ore transport is helping our settlement grow and prosper. The iron ore transport is...
My ship carries wood.
Ah. So now we assign Hipbeard, or whatever his fucking name is, over this way. Now they have wood, meaning we can do this. Big old fucking structure. And then another one over here. Now we beef this place up so it looks fucking cool. Because that's what we do. No stone yet. Haha! I've cracked it!
My ship only carries wood and workers. Things are good.
The iron ore.
But if we go over to the faction of some numbers, what's up, numbers? Wait. Wait. Where's that fortress of yours at, numbers? Ah, Delve. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna go see how numbers is doing. Meanwhile, the Pirate Isles. And yeah, that timer is very finicky. I don't know if it's because we started with the tutorial and it broke it. But I don't want to change it while there's still a chance that we can have more homies.
Brings me joy to see
My ship only carried a new home.
it brings me joy to see our settlement. I will carry
Friendly friends, come and meet my friends. Let me tell you a tale about the pirates of numbers. A fortress he had. It's not great. It's not great. We got wood coming in. Seeing if I can expand the foundations of our big citadel. It's in a good way. This is a very hard game to describe, and I can kind of understand why Tomas was having such a hard time when it dropped, because I can't call this just a city builder, right? Because it's got more in common with those like cozy build it yourself type games, right?
Rest assured, friend.
Like, it doesn't feel like a... It doesn't feel like your typical 4X. It doesn't feel... I don't know. It's got a vibe that's super unique, and I'm really struggling to encapsulate it, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing this by numbers, I'm not doing this by resource, I'm kind of doing this almost, like I was saying, almost holistically. It makes sense, it has a logic to it. But like, to gain more commanders, we need more... Well, we need a lot of stuff. You're right, I'm not doing it by numbers. Numbers is over there by his pirate outpost, doing pirate shit. Damn. This might end up being our highest tower. Dock Gently's Holistic Seafaring Agency. We've lost many people. Alright, fuck them up! We got sky bastards! Yo, I think the red one is numbers. I think those are the sky pirate. What the fuck was that? There's something mildly terrifying about how the powerful sky city we're apparently building here. I don't know if anyone else is getting the same kind of vibes. Like this whole like mech San Francisco thing going on. But you've got to admit, it's fucking cool. Also, deckweeds is a great insult. I also find it fascinating because I do remember getting really into Dragon Commander, which came after, you know, the Dragon Knight saga. And weirdly, it's, at least with myself, it feels like this is what Larian would have done if they could have. Although I guess Larian's strength always lay in stories. So... You know what I mean? Yeah, in a weird way, Rebels, it kind of reminds me of some of the Chinese cities, where it's almost impossible to find the aforementioned floor. This is fucking cool. Like, the bizarrity of this, like, insane metropolis that we've created. I'm just trying to think of other games where it had this kind of style where you would start with some kind of... You start with a very simplistic setup. And then as it grew. Sorry, as it grew, the game would grow around it. I don't know. I know there's a term I'm scratching for that I'm failing at recalling right now. But yeah, so we've got the wood mill up to 18, the quarry's up to 10. If we head over to the seas, over here, the iron mine is still at 6. So Harbour End.
The iron I transport is open.
I will carry stone and workers only.
There we go.
Things are good.
The iron
I will carry stone. It brings me joy to see us thriving. No more.
So now we've got access to stone, which means big tower! Big fucking tower! Big tower! Big tower. Like, it still has that, like, build your own Final Fantasy-esque Super Fortress vibe, and I love that. But at least I think I'm starting to get a real vibe for how to construct this proper. You know, I'm having a good time doing it. Now, if we do the same with this one here. And in theory, now that we have good trade routes, we should be able to get Numbers' pirate settlement up as well. Not entirely sure what that gets us, but I'm not going to complain, you know? No, not you yet. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, friends. Like I said, conversation has completely dropped off a cliff because I'm having a fucking good time. I don't know what it is. It's almost like... I know Sean Peoples has a special gift for jumping in whenever it's a game that has completely consumed me, and conversation has completely fallen to the wayside. Hey, childress, stay warm, get cozy, like, live that good life. I'm going to continue with the bizarrity of this, as it may shock you to know I'm having a very good time with this. Shock you to your core. Alright, now the area is starting to populate. So all we got to work out now is how in the heck... Oh shit, look at that cool bow. Is that one of ours? Okay. So who the fuck is that?
My ship, the time for my ship and kin have served Dunkel for generations. Dunkel. I was hoping to serve your new settlement. My honor in protecting your trade routes.
Man, for some reason, it seems to be Salatry as like our main go-to person. I'll hire him. I'll do it. But yeah. Now we got ourselves a paid navy. You have no available resource extractors. Which begs the question, what the fuck? Ooh. That is ruddy freezing. Great day to play hyper-intense graphics card melting games. Not a fun day. Ah, you bastards! Hostile freebooters. I guess they're the weird fucking manta rays? Okay, so the falcons work for us. The skull-faced badasses, that's That's the pirates of some numbers.
Boot and rally.
Boot and rally indeed. I'm sorry, Vanderbeest, thank you for the bit. You know what? Fuck it. Let's follow some of the Right, so we hired them. Check the map. Okay, so yeah, so the question mark, those are the people we hired. So we actually want to go down to the numbers, the some numbers pirates hangout. And I guess hang across to there? Because yeah, there's numbers. So let's go over here. So it's interesting things like our exploration vessel is a non-combat entity, right?
This is what's more valuable than a warm hearth in these bleak times. Well, look no further. Master fabricator of boilers and heated houses, at your service. Had some minor mishaps in my previous patron, but I assure you, I can deliver fabulous monsters.
Oh, Tritzy, you work for me. I have hired you. All right, a craftsman will erect interesting objects within your settlement. Keep an eye out for them. Define interesting. So you are basically the head of like a crafting guild, I think. And you were only asking for 500 gold. Honestly, you could have charged a lot more and gotten away with it.
Ruffians are all that is left in this world. May the water take their splinters. Grant me safety, and I will grant you my ship.
Cool, I'll hire another captain. Let's fucking go. Okay, so crafter will erect interesting buildings in your settlement. Keep an eye out for them. What are you building, Ortrazini? What are you building? Scheming. Build big base. We like big base. It's cool. It's kind of like the Cat Cafe game. I've now got to keep a staunch eye out to see what you're creating. Jason, Shadow Realm, right now, they're expecting you. Fucking terror. I regret to inform you all, friends, sky pirates, naval villains, I have in fact lost the game. Thanks to someone! Shadow Realm 1,000 years! And thank you for the follow. Man, the alerts are just not going well. I gotta yell it. Anyway, thank you for the follow. So, we are playing Bulwark Falconeer. Sorry, Bulwark Evolution, the Falconeer Chronicles. Follow on to the giant bird dogfighting game. This is a fascinating city builder of sorts. And an incredibly hard one to describe. You build towers, you connect them, you stack them up, you set up trade, but you don't directly construct much of this. And Yeah, I don't know how to describe it accurately. Other than it very good. Actually, let's see how the Iron Island is doing. Better. Better. We could probably use another one as well. The Twitch integration stuff is a little janky. But I'm definitely enjoying it. I'm definitely enjoying it. We're in the process of trying to get our towers of iron to produce more. And I think it's going well. We've got these cool kind of like sci-fi Francisco towers going on. Oh man, sci-fi Francisco is way better than what I came up with before. Fuck yeah. But yeah, if we haven't met before, I'm Will. Lovely to meet you. If you want to know anything about video games, ask me, because I will talk your ear off.
Sure, friend. My will are the strongest and fastest. My stable misses.
Oh, so that guy's the one making us our army of skybirds. Numbers is the one providing the pirate ships. God, this game's fucking cool. And now we just hired / stole Ortrazini. So I'm trying to work out what that's going to end up meaning for us. Yeah, Ortrazini, and the problem is I can't do anything about it. So apparently there's an independent faction over here. Hey! To Restless Roots, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. How you doing, friend? Alright, speaking of Waterworld flavoured nonsense.
You're joking, right? Get some pirate blood going in that settlement of yours, then we'll talk.
Okay, about settlement. Divershi. I'm hurt and offended by that implication. They are very intimidated by us.
Raid before trade, but we lost some good fighters. How about you send over some workers to the trade harbour, and we can send some wood in exchange. This wood mill and all of its C3 production are for the bannerless. They say.
Vote war. Oh, okay. We're trading with them. All right. There's a harbour now. There you go. I still think we can take him. They are very intimidated by us. They've got some battle turrets, which we don't have. I mean, what if we just did a little battle? Just a little battle.
Right, bring it.
Oh, we are very evenly matched. I thought it would say, "Are you sure? Do you want to?" Oh, I think we're winning. Yes! See, we made friends with pirates. All right. Demander settlement. Demander settlement surrender. Wait, does this mean this is us? Hee.
I serve to protect our people. I will patrol and defend here.
Thank you.
My ship stands in good order. She's ready to defend this trade route.
Well, that is all very well. Well, time to start building. We do have quite a few. Okay, so currently they just have wood, but not enough people to really make it work. And they don't. We don't have any vessels to send down here just yet for... we'll make it work. Like I said, make it work. Exactly. I'm gonna go to war, make it count all the way. Oh, so we've... Oh, so we kind of took this bit, and the Knotty Lock Basilisks have taken exception to this. That's not good. We weren't prepared. Alright, if I can fly south, we're rich. So we're going to try and hire some squid belly mercenaries. Don't worry about it. And then maybe head back to base and replenish our squadron of cool hawks. So who are you? Handlebar Orion.
We can get this working again. We can salvage it, turning it into an offensive emplacement when dropped anywhere. You can also attach it to a harbor, making it a rallying point for your surface fleet.
Ooh, a gun tower.
An old sentry tower. We can...
Fuck yeah. This is a unique building. Dismantle it. Oh, we literally have to... Salvage building is unique, providing you excellent benefits to your settle it if you're rebuilding it using your survey. No! Okay, we're good. So we can now drop ourselves a hopping great big tower. Okay, squid buddies, what's up?
Belly mercenary market presents Squid Belly mercenary market present. You got the markings of an army. A unique. They are assigned to your forces now. Take it. We have some rare freebooter units available. We have some. Look at that majestic. A unique capital.
Okay, I might have.
We have some rare squid belly mercenary market. We have.
I'm buying a manta ray.
You won't regret hiring this one. A total beast.
Oh shit, Wolf, that's you.
Squid belly mercenary market presents the best mercs on the Ursa.
All right.
You looking to bolster your forces?
And while we might lose that outpost, we can defend our main area with a fucking great big turret. That's awesome. I just bought that! That's a fucking flying dreadnought! And I guess the manta ray is like super fast? Ah. This game just gets me. Sky tank, super sky tank. But yeah, now we've spent some time with this, it makes sense, right?
The iron transport is open.
Now, what happened to the thing we could build out at sea? Oh, don't tell me I left it out there somewhere. No. Okay. That's cool. It's fine. It's fine. Don't even worry about it.
Rest assured, friend, my warlords are the strongest.
Look at the fucking size of that thing. So there's Molten Stream up there. Novalock Biscuits is one of their big ones. What if we hit Molten Stream now and cut off their shit? Oh, actually I might have... Is that one of theirs? I don't know. Okay, so we're going to head northwest. I have become completely obsessed with this game. Now that it clicks. A refugee settlement has been spotted on the horizon. Perhaps we can take these people in. I mean, yeah. But where? Ah, there we go. We can do that.
This meager holding was always a last resort. We need a more permanent home.
Sure. See, now we're helping people. Look how cool we are. Even if we are about to take our full fleet to go and wreck some tiny outpost. We blimping. Oh, Vanderbeest, to answer your earlier question about how many people it takes to make the woodwork. More than you'd expect, but less than you'd think. Alright. Buildings on the horizon. Your enemies have erected an ancient battle fortress equipped with rockets, deadly to our flying forces. Alright. Bastards. I'm not gonna risk it for a biscuit. Oh! Found a cache of splinters. So who's this? Who's this then? Gain a commander, increase free house alignment. Yeah, I'll take that. So we can reassign them to a command tower back at our base of operations. And there appears to be something else over here. Love to see it. And to the Mental Monk, hello, hello, hello. I think once I'm going to pop my lunch down for a sec. Or the remnants of said lunch. I think we need a banter break.
This post was set up to observe the whole and attempt to appease the feral freebooters there. We suspect the radiation and their already traumatic history has driven them to insanity. But with continued investment, we might heal them still.
And the Mental Monk, thank you. 16 months. Weirdly, again, another person I would have sworn was here for way, way longer. Ugh. Okay.
This page.
I don't see a downside to getting it, you know? At least for now. Yeah, so Molten Stream is way more powerful than we can take on. So yeah, I'm going to probably abandon this to its fate. Although, is this one of those ones where I can... Ah. We are carrying schematics for various buildings. We can inspect the inventory to view these. Alright. How do we do that? Alright. We're heading back home. We'll bring the big beast. If they want to attack us on our home turf, we are fucking deadly, so... You know, get fucked. Ah, god darn it! Oh, they are kicking our ass out here! God damn it, I paid for that manta ray! Oh, no, we've still got one manta ray. Alright, we're doing good. I think. Hang on, where's the big... There's the big beast. Spawn friends. Yeah, sure. Ooh. Fucking hello there.
Admiring the Mount's advancements, eh? Sad it took 4 decades of war to get here. Now it's going to... We will send out iron in exchange for stone. Would that suit you?
Fuck yeah.
My ship stands in good order.
Okay. Once we've got a trade ship that we can use for this one, we can trade with Mansa Harbour. We're good. It's a fucking long-ass trade route, but it'll be useful for us. Alright, so we just head south back home. Yeah, again, I thought I turned those off. Gotta buy some bats. I love bats, me. Oh, hello. Another settlement? Looks like. Who the fuck is this then?
A new home. Seeing it prosper fills me with pride.
Oh shit! No, this is Numbers' pirate base. Shit! I didn't realise how close we were to home. Okay, so it said inventory. Okay, so there is our forces. Legendary, surveyor. Oh. This is how we build stuff. Okay. Hi, my name's Will Overguard, and I just worked it out. Almost like I should have hit the inventory button. Manta outposts, refugees looking for space, free house. So we can now build these guys. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Next. Okay, so F. And whatever that is. Okay. Now something tells me I probably should have used that to build us a settlement somewhere we didn't already have one. And that probably would have been much smarter. But, you know the saying, don't work harder, not smarter, right? Like that's the saying that they say, right? Oh, Scotty, thank you for gifting me a sub, yo. Trying to keep our aesthetic going. No, no. This looks like a totally normal, healthy super city and does not look worrying at all. Alright, so they've got a couple of ships trying to mess with our trade routes up here. But honestly, not sure if I give a heck. So now, if we go into inventory, got to refill our forces. What we can do is we can go buy one of these mother hubbards. And now, in theory, let's See if it lets us do it. There, now we get a fucking extra login set up. Love to see it. What do you mean I had to know there was an inventory? That sounds stupid and dumb.
A new home.
Don't even worry about it. All is going according to plan. Totally according to plan. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Okay, so I said we'd go for a banter break, and I think now is a good time to do it. Well, okay, build up this one whilst we're doing it.
Zillow.com describes it as a quiet, secluded getaway with stunning views of the ocean from every angle. New roof and bridge recently renovated.
Pay no attention to the sheer amount of construction work. Yeah, fuck them up! Good work. Barely even a raid. Ha! I didn't till you said it. Now it's an up-and-coming neighborhood. Because that's rad. Although that tower... really got to do something about the aesthetics on this one. See, I think games like this is definitely something we can and should talk about whenever we get the chance, but the reason being that this game doesn't make sense to pitch, right? It doesn't. It's a weird, like, organic procedural generation city that you bring forth from nothing. It does have an RTS-like quality to it, but there's something... Oh, check it out! I found the hole. In case anyone was wondering where it is. Like, I can see why this confused people when it launched. Is it an RTS? Sort of. Kind of. Is it a strategy game? Kind of. Sort of. Is it just a free-form building game? Kind of. Sort of. And one of the great challenges with games is if you can only understand it by playing it, how do you show that to... God darn it. Alright, well, we got a new tower there, I guess. We should move into this mode. How do you explain a game to someone who's never played it? If it's a game that can only be understood by play, like, how? And I think it's a very valid question. Alright. Going south. Numbers is under attack. And that just feels fucking rude. Like, we're not going to be playing this for hours and hours and hours. But it does feel like if someone's going to be a fucking dick about it... Wait. Oh, they fucking ran! Cowards. It's alright. I'll give them a nice big gun turret. Make it work. Oh, we lost our trade route. So we can't repair Numbers' area just yet. Alright, well, we'll hang here. We'll defend the fleet numbers until we can find ourselves some more ship captains. It's fine. We have a fucking fortress. But no, I think it's an interesting question. We can all think of a game that was marketed in one way and turned out to be something very, very different. I mean, if you all want to talk about We Happy Few, we can talk about We Happy Few. And games that had a very strong first foot but ended up being something slightly different, i.e. Brutal Legend. Like, there's a game where the RTS mechanics, or I think it's better to say that Brutal Legend was kind of like a proto-MOBA. Like, those games... Oh, sorry. Just put my my leftovers away. Those games definitely had a challenge. Now, I'm going to say something that seems a little counterintuitive, but I don't think assets involving streamers is necessarily a good thing. God. I'm almost tempted to turn off the... I'm almost tempted to turn off the Twitch integration stuff while we're banting, but I don't know if that'll actually turn it off. Oh, we are beating the bannerless. Probably shouldn't have murdered them off the bat. Yeah, it was Captain Alexander was the one we lost. He's dead, Jim. Just send that to Numbers and be like, hey, this was your pirate fortress. We put guns on it. I put guns on your base. Oh no, and Virals. Brutal Legend is a great game. There are a lot of people who just wanted it to be the hack and slash elements with Jack Black and all of the metal references and whatnot. I would still love to do a sequel where it is the aging elements of new metal being ushered into the old land of metal and how that fucks things up. But you need to get a lot of likenesses and a lot of agreements. Ooh. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm not even needed for this fight. Well done. Oh, and apparently, I guess we saved someone. But I do think it's worth discussing the fact that Brutal Legend... its RTS elements, or, you know... Hey, Saren!
belly is drum. You want it? I can brew it. You first.
You know what? I'm hiring you, Sauron, like... But I think maybe you might need to lay off the bottle a bit, friend. I do not know what you just said. I don't know what just happened there. I think Sauron either just built us guns, or maybe these cool little purple spots? Still trying to work it out. Man, no one knows how fucking cool we are. No one knows. Man, I haven't even checked on our setup over here. But yeah. Now, the other thing that I do know is that EA set up Brutal Legend to fail. Maybe not intentionally, but there was definitely...
Things are good. It brings me joy to see things are good.
There was definitely an expectation that was always going to be impossible to sort. You know what I mean? Sorry. There was an... Oh, God. I'm sorry, friends. I'm probably just going to have to pause this, lest I get completely wrapped up in it all. You know me. No available commanders, alright. I thought we had one, but okay. Anyway. Sorry. At this point, I'm just telling Brutal Legend stories. EA continuously got worried that Brutal Legend wasn't going to sell, so they increased the marketing budget. But that then increased the amount of money that was required for Brutal Legend to break even, which then meant that they got more panic, which meant they increased the marketing budget, which so on and so forth. Brutal Legend, as just an open world hack and slash, probably would have done very well. With the RTS elements, at least as a surprise and less of a throwaway element and more of an actual part of the title. So, is that a little tiny skull hanging off the side there? That's cool. It was always going to struggle, right? Check out this fucking tower. This is awesome. I can't stop playing! I'm not made of stone. I can't stop playing. Okay. That is ridiculous. Alright. Hands off, hands off. And it's one of those interesting times where, like, Brutal Legend wasn't a failure. It was a biz dev fuck up, right? Yeah, well, and Virals, that was the thing, is that I guess EA was so afraid of people's reception to the mashup that they were not prepared to risk it for an aforementioned biscuit. You know? fucking gorgeous game. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. See, with users, you do need to take into consideration their expectation. Actually, you know what? This brings it neatly around to what we were talking about earlier, right? Like, the perception and how we present games to users is just as important sometimes as what you make. So here's the thing. So we had Overwatch 1, right? Huge worldwide phenomenon. It cannot be understated how successful Overwatch was. And if we take away all of the markings, all the trappings, Overwatch right now is a free-to-play game, similar but not identical to its original, with a different progression system, right? When CSGO dropped, it was originally a paid product. They announced that CSGO was going to be a free game, a free-to-play game. Same has been done with games across the board. And you know what? Sometimes users get grumpy about that, and it's understandable. If you pay $60 for a game and then 2 weeks later it's free, you're not going to thank anybody. But a lot of the time, those games will also come with something that's either cosmetic or complimentary, or like, here's how much you paid in in-game items or what have you. That's good business. You're doing business good. Congratulations. That announcement with Overwatch could have been very successful, but that's not what they announced. They announced Overwatch 2, the sequel, the continuation, and that's not what we got. And I don't think users are out of place for being mad. With We Happy Few, with Brutal Legend, they ended up being different than what they were marketed as. And I don't think users are wrong for being mad about that. Like, call me crazy. Brutal Legend was solely marketed as a superstar, like legendary cast open world hack and slash. And the game was reliant on a proto-MOBA RTS. Nothing was marketed about that. That was a surprise. Now, yes, Divershi, there's also the fact that they did promise a single-player system with classes and progression and things like that, which was completely dropped and has not materialized. But if users had been promised, hey, we're moving Overwatch to free-to-play and we're looking to do a single-player campaign in the future, that's fine. The launch of Overwatch 2, a sequel, a canonical continuation of the original product, with promised features, and it did none of those. You know, the bargain struck with people of, you know, give us your pre-order and we'll give you this game. This game never arrived. You know, and I don't think I'm being unfair to talk about it thusly, you know? I want to build another tower. Don't judge me. Yeah. And so this is that thing of, here in the long ship, we strike a strange balance. Because we don't just talk about how users perceive games, we talk about how they are made and how they are affected upon, right? And what that means is we need to talk about user expectation both how users expect it to be. Oh, this is fucking cool. We are looking at ourselves a behemoth tower here. Sorry, I'm having a really good time with this fucking game. It was a mistake to let me play this today. It was a mistake, because this game is fucking good. And Sention, what and welcome. Yeah. I'm trying to do my best to do good conversation and banter, except for this game's really fucking good, and that makes it tricky. Look at that tower! That's all fucking proc gen as well. Martin Walker, it is indeed tricky, yes. God, this is fucking cool. Caffeine, I know you really enjoyed that city builder. Beware this. Beware this, for it has mighty, mighty power. Because, like, right now, I'm only looking at this shit aesthetically. Boy, howdy, is it fucking good. This is fucking cool. Something something Tower of Hubris. They're still trying to harass my other trade route, but honestly, not too fast. We should go check in on... Oh! A diplomatic envoy has arrived in our airspace with a message from the Bannerless. Where? Oh, down by numbers. Have you got a flag? I mean, it's fine.
We represent the Bannerless on this day, and they have deemed you unworthy of further fighting. They propose that you accept these terms or keep the party going till the crumb dries up.
I'll buy him off.
We represent the Bannerless.
Wait, rebels? You're working for them?
Unworthy of further
I can't believe you've done this. Fine. Fine.
Anything but people. Keep that rabble away from me. This route will do. It's nice and quiet. I appreciate you finding a place for me.
You're all good, mate. On the plus side, this does mean that we can now work on Numbers' operation. Build a few more of them pirates. Oh, it doesn't have. We don't have metal structures down here yet. There we go. Well, good news is what we lack in We lack in metal, we make up for in fucking guns. Though if numbers does pop in back, they do need to name their settlement. Because, you know, that's important. Stuff like that, what's important? God, why am I being allowed to just keep playing this? This game is too good. Alright, sorry. Back to chatting, so, Cynthia, how have you been? What have you been up to? Watto and welcome. This is, yeah, the Bulwark evolution. And it's really fucking good. I don't know if that's evident. Now, I just want to know for the record, I want you all to know for the record, if it wasn't just me chatting with you lot, I definitely would have continued our war with those fucking dingleberries, because we could fucking take him. We could take him. Actually, how are we doing for cash? We're doing real good. I'm going to get us, so, southwest. Okay. Alright, well, we'll head up towards this question mark first, and then we'll head southwest. Because we can afford another one of these behemoth super bastards. And, not gonna lie, those things wreck face. Oh, sorry you were dealing without internet, friend. That's always a massive pain in the behind. Ooh.
We can also heal you. Take our store of herbs and tinctures. We can heal your people, giving them the dreams of their lost.
Diversity's bringing drugs! Woo! Craftsmen will erect interesting objects in your settlement. Keep an eye out for them. That's a stone quarry. I think we're doing okay. Yeah, so we just want to be heading south with a snifter of west. Okay. That is how I describe you at parties, Divershi, is you would never provide recreational drugs to consenting adults. Never. And we would never encourage drug use on this Twitch.television. Anyway, so just quickly going back to my previous point, and I'm just like, obviously Overwatch has had a lot of problems over the years, and I do think that it is something that we will be fucking studying for years to come.
Squid Belly Mercenary Market presents the best mercs. A unique capital ship. We have some rare.
That's a fucking dragon!
Quite a rare bird. We have some. You won't regret hiring this one. A unique. We have some rare.
And I'll take a second manta ray as well.
On me now.
That's a fucking dragon!
Squid Belly Mercenary Market presents the best mercs on your side.
Okay, it's a floating, like, super eel, but still. Let's fucking go. So we have a capital ship, a fucking dragon. Okay, yes, it's eel-like, but it flies, and it has 4 super heavy guns on it, so it gets to say whatever it wants.
Looks
What
like
the fuck is
Falcon needs the
that?
same cure we got from the Subnautica planet.
Apparently we lost a legendary falconeer? No! Crab battle! Crab battle! Okay, the dragon's okay. Where's the big ship? Oh man, did I lose the big ship?
We need to move this naval command harbor somewhere closer and supply it with workers. Then we can reconstruct a flagship that can command the seas.
I mean, sure. Oh, cool. Oh wait, no, I think our big ship. There we go. Our big ship was just sailing high. But I don't think we were ready for that. Alright, so we now have a capital ship. Oh, look, Sension, it was lovely to see you. I'm sorry you popped in as I was being, like, peak wavy-davy. But lovely to see you, alright? Don't be a stranger. We won the crab battle. Would I have fought that thing if I knew? Absolutely. Edwin, you now work for me. I paid you $500. And Scotty, thank you. I think one of our eagles is on fire. I don't want to alarm you all. Okay, so how do I reselect this guy? Okay, there we go. This is cool. Oh, okay. So whether we use the attack vessel or the scout ship, our flying fleet will always come to protect us. That's pretty cool. So we can pick up some better resources once we hit this spot here. Wait. Oh yeah, no, this is our squid mercenary friends.
Squid.
Oh, handlebars.
Market, 3 cents. You bought 'em? A unique. We have some.
What the fuck is that music? Why do I feel like we're in trouble? Why does this feel like the final fight in fucking Ghost in the Shell? Fuck, this is cool. Hey, no, Mental Monk. If the job is going good, I'm super happy to hear. Like, I understand that my role, Longshipian-wise, is to keep you lot sane whilst shit's going down. And Devershi, to be continued. Have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. Okay. Okay, I'm kind of thinking we should put the... Oh yeah, is this Numbers' base? Man, it's looking good. Oh no, this is the weird little pirate base we took over earlier. I've overshot, so we need to head... Yeah, we need to head west back home. We didn't even get anything much from this. We got 2 wood. If we lose the settlement, it's not fucking worth it. I think it's the sign of a great game that attempted amounts of deconstruction and banter fall to the wayside. Alright, I don't know how you all feel about this, but I'm very pro the fact that they had Tomas kind of coming on at the beginning of the game and just being like, hey, look. I'm gonna put the naval base here. So it's between like our trade route with numbers. Makes for a good rallying point. Hang on. I don't know there's anywhere we can put it that's any closer. Oh, I might be able to stick it. There we go. Get that attached. Well, so Margin Walker, one of the things that's really interesting about that is that, yes, you have to place your naval base in the worst possible location. And that fucking sucks. In a weird way, that's kind of how it be with these things, you know? Also, I don't like that that one poor bird is just on fire. I'm feeling really fucking guilty about that. Like, can someone please stop that bird being on fire all the time? Why is no one helping this poor bird? I don't know. Maybe we're supposed to be able to build, like, healers and shit? Like... Oh, there we go. Alright, so that was the repair cost. Hopefully the bird should stop being on fire. I'll be honest with you, I don't like saying it like that, because it makes me sound...
What be my crew doing?
Shit, numbers! Okay, so, welcome to... Hang on. So, welcome to your fortress. It needs a name. It did get attacked. We defended it off. Currently has a capital ship protecting it. We've got a little bit of iron coming in. We've been using it well. So yeah, this is what we've been. This is what your setup looks like. Oh, also we found an ancient super gun turret, so you got that as well. How are you? Main Island though is looking like this like super metropolis. Like, look how fucking cool this is. My only problem I'm having with this game is that it is too pretty, and I keep getting massively distracted. Like, look at that. That's the thumbnail. And thank you for the bits. I was trying to talk about how difficult it can be to sell a game that you have to experience. You know, something that requires you to play it to understand it. Alright, don't worry about it. Whatever we just bought, doesn't matter. Fucking pirates, man! I'd be worried, except for I have a dragon now. The soundtrack's fucking great. Yeah, so, welcome to our space. How are you? This is what's been happening since you've been gone. I can't seem to turn off the timer for spawns, and it happens instantly. Don't ask me why. It was doing, in the Twitch controls, where was it? It did have a weird little, like, reactive, almost VTubing avatar down the bottom, which was kind of cool. But that seems to have disappeared now. So yeah. This is where we are. This is the little area that we've started, kind of the tutorial area. But it seems like either the different factions or different worlds is kind of where you start. Like, we haven't really started interacting with a lot of other folks, and we haven't gone to the edge. Holy shit. I feel like we should go to the edge. And you know, Kakazi, it's a good point. It's not something that's solely unique to video games. It's just, video games have this tactile experience to them, right? Like, you know, you really can't, there's a lot of games that you really can't know unless you play them for yourself. And there's some that are very difficult to understand if you haven't had time to really interact with them. Because a lot of them are weird and they don't make sense. God, that looks fucking cool. But the difference with video games is that the predominant way in which we interact with them is by controlling them, right? Like, aside from a handful of titles, you have to be involved with them. Like, you have to take active participation. And in some of those games, it is in the active participation that it becomes something special. On paper, this game is no different than any other, like... I keep building towers. Oh no. Oh no, Sharon, I built a tower, I didn't mean to. Sorry, I made the locals feel loved. Okay, now, I don't disagree. I do... Oh, hang on. Diplomancers. I don't disagree, but I think that's a different element, Kakazi. And we can talk about that if you would like.
There is word amongst Freehouse traders that you offer respite for weary captains.
Alright.
There is word amongst Freehouse traders that you...
Done. Got a new ship guy. You work for me now. Alright, come by. No! Kakazi, I think it's something interesting that pertains to the conversation very, very well. Kakazi was saying that they've watched streamers, who, by the way, are terrible. Don't watch streamers. For a bunch of bellends, a lot of them. But they have tried a game they should otherwise love, but they bounce off it hard because they're in the wrong mood. With streaming... No, come back! Numbers, come back! Who's going to govern your island if you leave? When streaming, there is an expectation to be here. And this is one of the reasons why I spend so much time planning out the schedule each week, so it's not left up to chance. Careful what you wish for. Oh no! You've done this to yourself, streamer. You're only yourself to blame. God, that capital ship is cool as fuck. Nailed it! Where'd the governor go? You fucked up. God, I'm gonna end up playing this so much. This game's got its claws into me. But I believe my little fortification here is strong enough to look after us, so I can natter. But yeah, with streaming, one of the reasons why I make sure I planned out all the games I'm going to play in a week is so that I'm not left kind of scrambling to find, and also so that I don't force myself to play something that I wouldn't enjoy. I think one of the better examples that we can understand was Markiplier with the Blackout Club. Now, we know the Blackout Club's fucking brilliant. We've spent time with it, but if you watch his video, you can see something had annoyed him before it even sat down. And he wasn't ready to engage with what it was, and because of that, he had a bad time, and that's real sad. You know? He did still help it get a shot in the arm, but not as much as he could have if it had been a game that he really enjoyed. And I'm not putting the opus on him. I'm not like, oh, I can't believe you've done this. Just more that...
Rest assured, friend, my warlords are the strongest and fastest. My state fixes.
Sorry, I'm just seeing if we got any more commanders. Nah. Look at our family tree for a sec. Well, Scotty, next week's going to be Monster Hunter, but Monster Hunter is probably going to move towards a Saturday switch. And Kakazi, you've got nothing to apologise for. Now, why does this apply to what we were saying earlier? Well, the reason why I think this is an important thing to bring up is that when you set an expectation for a user, that is how they are expecting, that is what they're expecting when they go into it, right? So if you sell somebody on a visual novel and it's actually a high engagement, like almost actiony game, even though there's loads of words in it, they're going to have a bad time. And I think it's that like expectation and delivery that's so complicated, right? Because marketing is trying to get people interested in a thing before they've experienced it. You're trying to sell somebody on a hamburger that's also a Lego set, that's also a race car. It's their taste, plus what they do with it, plus how they control it. Shit, I know I had a point that I was coming to. Oh, yes! And this is why I'm a big proponent of marketing working very closely with dev. When you consider it all part and parcel of the same thing, it can be a lot easier to communicate that. Hang on. Try and put that. There we go. Okay. Okay, the Isle of Some Numbers is doing well. Damn it! This game keeps sucking me in. It's too good. Game's too good. Grumble, 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 grumble. Okay. We're just gonna look at it from the skies. We're just gonna look at it from the skies. It's fine. It's fine. It's real cute. So that is the challenge when you're trying to tell people about a game they should care about. How do you make it how do you communicate it in such a way that even though the person hasn't played it, that they know? A lot of the times, simple premise, surprise complexity is like the winning formula. Here is a game that you already understand. Just kidding, it's full of cool shit. You know? A lot of very successful games on Steam can kind of be boiled down to that maneuver. Here's Hollow Knight. It's a cute platformer. Just kidding! Because you don't have to over-explain the premise. Something like this is harder. Like, this is such a great blend. You call it an RTS, you're kind of wrong. Call it a strategy game, grand strategy, maybe? But, like, the organic way in which you build your settlements and trade and build things up, it makes sense once you've played it. So how do you communicate that? You know, this is a game of empires, of rebuilding lost empires. Now, see, there's got to be a better way to phrase all that, you know? Like, the Falconeer was not a failure of a game. To my understanding, it was a very successful game. Well, successful in the indie space. But its lore wasn't easily communicated, but it didn't need to be. It's a game where you fly on the back of a giant eagle and you blast people out of the sky. It's a dogfighting game. But with birds and magic instead of, you know, biplanes and, I don't know, orcs. With this, there's no surprises. You know, the reason we were bringing up Brutal Legend earlier is Brutal Legend was marketed and sold as an open world hack and slash about heavy metal. And it turned out that a large proportion of it was this RTS style thing. And people were so jarred by it that they kind of ended up hating on it. I personally agree with Virals in that had that been put forward in its marketing, I think it would have been more successful. Oh yeah, and Scotty, he doesn't have to be, but it means that the lore of the game isn't easily communicated. Now, that's not a bad thing. Again, this is not a detractor. I'm trying to put forward the complexities of marketing a game like this. I think it's a good thought exercise because, you know, it's easy to talk about Overwatch. It's real easy to point fingers at what it does wrong and where it fucks up. Ooh, spicy. But that's, like... Scotty, I'm pretty sure Tomas was lone dev at least on Falconeer before, like in the early days. I don't know if he was on this. I know this started off as a game jam project that he really enjoyed and then expanded upon. But my point being is that this is a blend of different concepts. So like, if I plunked you down with Dragon Commander right now, you'd get it. It's D&D factions. You have undead, you have elves, you have dwarves. You know all this, right? Sure, your character is a person who transforms into a jetpack-wearing dragon, but that you control. The rest of it, you know, airships, tactics, all the fantasy factions make sense. This does not draw from a quasi D&D state. Why do we have giant flying manta rays hanging out with eagles? Who are we in this world? I don't know. Doesn't matter, but it's... Again, it means that the visual thematic language isn't easily communicated. You see what I'm saying? No! God damn it.
I'll transport anything you wish me to.
No, you won't. You're not supposed to be here. I mean, quite possibly, Scotty. I know that thematically, this is set after, well after the first game. To my understanding, the first game caused all this, like, masses of, like, destruction and carnage. And so it's very much about rebuilding the broken factions from before. That's really fucking cool. But you see what I'm scratching at, right? Oh, hang on. Hold that thought. I need the loo because I've been drinking that up of tea. But the plus side is I can just leave you all with this because it's beautiful and my forces are insanely powerful. So I'll be back with you all in just a sec, friends. Don't go anywhere. What are you two squeaking at? Oh, you still have leftovers. Don't even. Finish your salad before you're asking me for more salad. Okay. I just can't stop winning! I keep looking at my little empire and being like, fuck yeah! Okay, thank you all for waiting, and sorry for that. Happens to the best of us. Okay. Chisel, it's just water. I've had one salad, yes. What about second salad? Bless my spoiled little babies. Bless my spoiled little babies. Nope. Okay. Looking good. I guess we could start making some areas here. Hey, little fire. Watto and welcome. How's it going? It did make me laugh a little bit, little fire, that we both got, I want to say sick, but we both got taken out about the same time for very different reasons. Honestly, I think I'm just going to sit and chat with you lot and just soak in the vibes of this game. Because it is way too easy to get engrossed in it. And I'd quite like to chat with you lot, because it's been, what, like Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's been 3 days since I've gotten to talk to you all. And I've kind of caught you up on my little stories. I.e., my stories being, I finished the Dungeon Anarchists cookbook. Oh, Dustin, I'm glad you liked it. Feel free to share it with people who might find it funny. Because, like, let's be honest, I did the suffering, but Deus did the work. Because originally, I asked Deus if they'd help me film it, and under the impression that I would do the edit, and then whilst we were putting it together, I was like, Deus, you're better than me. Could you edit this as well? Deus is like, I already expected. We were very honest about it. It came out so good. And the one that keeps making me laugh is the 43% of British men lie about their spice tolerance quote, which is true. From this point, Will never be able to lie about his spice tolerance. Because I really did think that, you know what, I did one of these back in the day. It wasn't that bad. I could probably do it again. It was so painful. Yeah, thankfully it was only painful once. Oh, Devoshi! Actually, I can probably grab the clip from here. So before you jumped into our little sphere, so last year I got COVID bad. And that wiped me out for like a good week and change. And the thing was, like, we weren't making bank, so we were basically fucked for rent. So I hosted Slugfest, which was me both torturing these lovely Mother Hubbards and myself with some terrible, terrible games. We're talking Daikatana, we're talking Two Human, like, some real painful games. And honestly, we had a lot of fun. We also had like a big marbles race at the end of the week, which was really fun. And throughout it, we had like, it was basically a donation drive so I didn't get fucking chucked out of my apartment. And before we even got started, we hit our initial goals. So much like a Kickstarter or any of those campaigns, we did stretch goals, you know, because I don't have that. I don't have savings. I don't have that kind of stuff. So I definitely welcomed all of the support and made the agreement that as we hit milestones, certain things would happen. If you have a look over on Discord, we have basically the... shit. Friendly friends, come and meet my friends. Is that what these guys are? You've just made us a quasi-invincible army of friends. Oh, that's glorious. Yeah, over on Discord we have the quest board, which shows the things that I still owe you. And one of them was revisiting Hot Pepper Gaming style. 1,000 years ago, I did a video for Hot Pepper Gaming, and for like about a year and change, it was one of the things I was known for in the games industry, which I do think is very funny. You know, it keeps doing this thing where it brings the mouse back in on top of the in-game mouse, and I need to work out how to get rid of that. So it drives me up the wall. See if that works. No, there's the mouse cursor. Alright, fuck it. Anyway. While we're chilling in Illin. Scotty says, I gather the mods are looking for a German Shepherd that needs bite training for the next video. Brave of you, bold of you to assume that I'm going. You know what? Never mind. Never mind. Sorry, lots of things happening at once. I'm not making bold claims. No, all I was going to say is that I'm not against doing the dog attack video. It's more the case of if I got really hurt, I can't afford to put myself back together anymore. So, yeah. I can't afford to heal my broken body. Yeah. It's the sort of thing you do in a country where they pay for you to heal. But that's another story. Full-time streamers are rich though. Oh, so much money. Oh, you know me. Senior Moneybags, they call me. Look, you lot look after my dumbass, and I understand that things like the Hot Pepper video and the other stuff I owe you from Slugfest, i.e. Sexy Roman Day, and oh, the Sneaking stream, I think is the other one I still owe. Oh, and Depth, which will scare the shit out of me. Like, I know I don't need to go to that length, but that's kind of how I justify it, almost to myself, you know? you lot keep me alive. And the fact that I am streaming full-time is fucking insane. Like, it does not make sense. Mental Monk, have you seen things like puppy yoga and things like that? I do not want to do puppy yoga because I will adopt one and I can't. Well, Scotty, that's what's so weird, is that the gap between those that can make money off of streaming full-time and those that can't is usually massive. I don't make sense. You lot looking after me, like, as Baron says, I'm a tiny Tamagotchi. It doesn't make sense. But we're here. Anyway. So yeah, so jumping back. I quaffed a pepper far too spicy for me, and then tried to talk about Rainworld. Days to the edit. The video is... I think it's very funny. I think it's very funny. But fuck me, that hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. Like, I can't lie on that one. Jesus. I guess the Buddhas are here, but because you'll spend so much time giving me cool toys. Ow! I think one of them just went directly for me. I think I should worry. Basically, because I've accidentally crammed all of our settlements into one place. We have so many people. Like, so many people. And the people need places to live. And that's what we're doing. Totally non-nefariously.
Certain smiling fishes, sometimes known as sea puppies, so it works out, right? And as Jarl, I proclaim that Kevin will soon return from the dead, aka my alleged holiday home.
1, you're not dead. 2, Kevin! Kevin! We have so many people. It's gonna be so cool. Sorry, I'm slowly learning, like at what heights you can start building, like, awnings and, like, additional structure points and things. Oh, this game is fucking catnip for my brain. And the more of this we have, the more we increase our population. So many of these tiny little nodes. So like here, for example, build this right the fuck out. More places for people to set up. What do you mean urban over-industrialization? No. No. It's fine. What do you mean all terrifying and imposing towers? And see there, as we're building it, this little suckers are growing. Okay, actually, you know what? Little fire, this is a good excuse to bring my fucking focus back in. So, this is Bulwark Evolution. It's kind of an empire builder, it's kind of a grand strategy game, but it's got this like holistic city building that I love. If you've played any of like the cozy construct it yourself game, Caffeine, what was the... Oh man. I'm so sorry about that. Apparently he did not like me. There we go. Okay, window borderless. Okay. $1920 by 1080. Save and close. There we go. A little bit smoother. Just a little bit. And I think I just built another tower. God damn it! I built so many rogue towers by misclicking. Anyway. Oh my fuck it. Damn it! Technology! Okay, so it is a weird little holistic city builder where you have to encourage people to build homes. You have some resources. Ultimately, you spend most of your time building cities, but when you're not, you have this little vehicle that you fly around with your fleet, which allows you to, you know, build harbors and docks and buildings on other places. So it's not like Civ, you're not directly controlling everything. You're not directly building everything. You just build the tower and the connectors, and everything else grows around it. Ultimately, if you look at the world map, like, the goal is to be the main population, the main powerhouse. We kind of went to war with the independents for a bit. They didn't like us. That's okay because they're not cool. I wonder what the hole is. The hole, the stump, and the edge. You'll want to see the edge. Because I will say, if I... You know what? Where's my capital ship? Oh, just a bunch of deck weeds. Okay, so quick question. Do you all want to head to the hole or the edge? What's your choice? Yeah, so it was... Oh, Foundation was the medieval citadel builder where you designed residential... Bacon, Baron, did I say hi when you came on in? Sorry, I guess I'm still not up to 100%. I did realise something yesterday that, along with getting a rotter of a cold, I'm probably going through some kind of detox at the same time. So, boo. We can only take the hole or the edge. We can't do both. Alright, I'm going to the edge. I want to see what it looks like. Sorry, you'll have to see hole another time. Gives me something to do while I'm having a natter. I do have my little fleet to protect me. There's the Isle of some numbers. Looking good. Because, yeah, if I do end up replaying this, I'll probably end up doing it from clear. We are numbers, we are. See, a little fire. I don't know if I've done a good job explaining this. And that was one of the things we were talking about earlier, is that this game is really hard to pitch, right? Like, it is good. It is unstressed and uncomplicated when it comes to RTS resources, right? You know, you have a place that produces wood. The amount of wood it produces is how many towers beyond that initial one it can supply. So if it makes 5 wood, you put 4 towers in and then that thing can get supply. It doesn't need more or less. Yeah, that's about the extent of the description I've given this game, isn't it? But it is a wonderful grand strategy game with the shitey bits smoothed off that is content to let you just have a good time building your city and understanding it. It isn't like anything else. Unique buildings, you find them, deconstruct them, and then transport them back to your home base. I guess if we're going to hit the edge, we might as well give ourselves some landmarks on the way. Lol. I don't know what the stump is. Slightly horrified. Oh, and this is our capital ship. We got this a while ago. It's got the big guns. Oh, look, there's something over there. And we got a dragon, and we got a fucking super blimp. Don't ask about the birds and the manta rays. What the fuck is that? Alright, at this point, friends, there's so many different things this reminds me of. Little bit Pirates of Dark Water. There was this manga I was super into for a while that was not Sand World, but a similar concept. The idea of
This is the home of the Tree Watch. We fight all that come to the tree. The blood of any that fall in combat near it is a sacrifice to tree itself. Their souls its splinters feed its root. We can grant you experience and training so you may fight stronger, granting our brothers their sacrifice by your strength. Take our strength.
Wait, that's actually Little Fire? Little Fire at Stump. I will pay Little Fire 2 grand to make my people hard as nails. Legendary. Alright, welcome to the Stump. Don't get lost. This is the thing, it's annoying me. So it was a manga about the concept of these great big seas that were made of a silt-like sand, so thin it behaved like water. What the fuck? Are we in trouble? What the fuck is this? We seem to have the upper hand. We lost a couple of falconers though. What the fuck is this? Nah, the hole is north. We went south. What the fuck is this? That's the stump. That's the stump. What the fuck? I mean, I guess let's just keep going south. Next step's the edge of the world. It's got a little bit of Sunless Seas to it in that there is a logic to this land, and it's your fault if you don't know it. There she blows! And we're back on Sea of Thieves. Yeah, so Scotty, I think the question mark was the people who just gave us the super training, but I'm not sure. Oh wow, no, that is literally the edge of the fucking world. Alright, let's not go there. Woo, we're doing donuts. Okay, both New Remit and Leviathan's Toothache. Yeah, the Tree Watch Trainers. That was where we were just at. Okay. There are always secrets behind waterfalls. Some secrets should stay buried. The soundtrack is upsettingly good. Alright, fuck it. You know what? When else are we going to get the chance to see if we can go over the edge of the world? If we die, we die. This has been a good 7-hour stream. Well, 6.5. We could just go into full-on chat and hangout mode. Because, like I said, I do want to play this more. I do want to play this with my own volition. Pick someone at random from chat. Do you need a volunteer? Alright, let's see what happens. Full speed ahead! Oh, cowards. Cowards! You make them pick a number. Okay. Who's feeling numerically spicy? I thought we were about to go, whee! It's like they don't trust me. It's alright, once we get back to base, we'll head north for the hole. Alright, well, Baron, Kakazi has a D20 ready, so... Oh, and if I already told about it, Baron's working on the tower, which will be our D&D game show. Which I'm very much looking forward to playing, because I get to be on the other side of the board with Baron! Whew. Oh shit, they've respawned. Alright, we're just gonna keep heading through. I don't want to lose the fucking dragon. Or the capital ship. I think the stump has dragons? Alright. We win again. But at what cost? At what cost? Thankfully, you lot spent so much time spawning friends and friendship whilst we've been flying around. Doing pretty good. The manta ray's dead. But the big ships are still good. Whatever this place is, it's fucking cool. I can't believe it was Little Fire that ended up being like the legendary trainer. Actually, can we hit the... Can we hit the mercs? Okay, yeah, we can hit the mercs. Oh, that's cool. I don't have to manually sail it. Lovely. This will make getting to the hole way easier. Hey, Kakazi, that's what we're about to find out. But we gotta restock our forces. But no, I gotta say, Baron, I'm looking forward to the fucking tower. Like, I keep thinking of that great Memnol day where it was the first Balu Bowl with that big fucking tablet just hanging out. It was so cool. It was so cool. Excuse me. The idea of getting to do something even similar to that again. And it doesn't help that, again, I've just binged the first 3 books of Dungeon Crawler Carl. That is a series of books that gives you ideas.
Squid Belly Mercenary Market.
Of course.
A unique. We have some rare. Look. We have some rare. Look at that majestic power. A fine addition to your forces. We have some rare.
A unique. We have some rare. You bought? We have some. Look at that majestic squid.
Well, thank you, Pop Time. I'll take one manta ray, but honestly, at $2 a pop, they're not worth it. No, I've unfortunately reached the point in Dungeon Crawler Carl where if I want to keep going with the story, I have to switch gears from the physical to the audiobooks. Because the physical version hasn't come out, the fourth book. So I guess I've got to be audiobooks in the bath nerd. Whilst we're here, see if we can get some. Right. Yeah. Love to see it. Wait. Where's my battleship? There you are. Alright, and then we just set sail for the hole. Yay! Friendly friends. Now we've got more friends. It's gonna be a long sail, alright? But we're heading to the hole. We have a full retinue crew with us. I mean, what are they gonna do? Throw more giant crabs at us? Alright, fine. It's a refugee settlement. I can't leave them alone.
Our kin cannot stay out here.
The Holy Boss Crusader's like, can we hang out? Absolutely. Also, they appear to have, like, flat guns. Oh, no, they're just fancy winches. Alright. Where's me bloody ball? There we go. Right, now, on to the hole! Okay, now where were we? This is a good looking fleet we got here. The irony would be if I tried to play this again. Yes, Scotty, we absolutely just flat packed them, no joke. But we can drop that colony base anywhere. So, like, colony generates people, and the others generate resources. The reason our main island is so violently successful is we essentially have 3 colonies worth of people in one island-like archipelago. I keep thinking that you could do something like this with Immortal Engines. God. I think I've watched the movie version of Immortal Engines like 3 times now, and it's so bad. But there's such a brilliant video game, like, nestled in there. I never got to read the books back in the day, so... I don't want to alarm anybody, but the hull seems to be a strange shade of purple. Is that a... Dragon is restless. What the fuck? Super Crab! All hands engage. Fuck that crab! Doing better than I would have thought. But that crab is no joke. Goddamn Crabatha. That thing is a whole ass city built into the back of a giant crab. How do I get us one of those? This is a public service announcement. Please don't fuck crabs. Yes! Rest in peace! We cleared out the crabs from the hole. The hole is now free of crabs. You bastards!
Octagonal luggage vanquished.
Crab slain. Oh man, I think we lost our... Oh, I think we lost the special pirate vessel from Numbers. Wait, what the fuck is that? Oh, that's our surveyor. Alright, we'll head back to the hidden temple. We managed to keep the big capital ship, but sadly our skull-faced bastard... I didn't do it! I realised we'd be facing, you know, big crab. It's alright, we'll go back to number... excuses. We'll go back to the Isle of Numbers and see if they'll make another one, right? It's fine. God, this game's fucking good. Just make another? Just rebuild it? Who's gonna give me a loan, jack off? You? Got ATM in that torso light bright? Do you have any idea what this will do to my credit? Now you get your 7'2" whiny asthmatic ass back here, or I'll tell everyone what a whiny bitch you are about Patamari or Panda Bear, whatever the fucking name is. Oh god, he's crying. Who's they?
Admiring the Mount's advancements, eh? Sad it took 4 decades of war to get here.
I'll transport anything you wish me to.
Ah, Captain Lucas. No, I'm not going to risk that. That is what we in the business would call risky. Not me buying more D&D books. Doesn't sound like you at all. Huh. Gonna go pick that up. Where's the boat? There we go. There we go. I mean, as I've told all of you multiple times, I've had to ban myself from buying tabletop RPGs because I just get obsessed with the rules and the concept and then never fucking play them. I need to drastically rearrange my life because I have realized that even though I'm no longer responsible for a special needs animal, I have not found myself swimming in free time. Actually, Little Fire, you joke, but I broke that rule when I got myself a copy of 1000 Year Vampire, so... Like, wait, I'm supposed to play all these? It was getting silly, Marjorie Walker. Just Ket was saying they have a decent collection of RPG books. Last one they played? AD&D 2nd edition. It's weird how the ship actually does seem to be tacking to sails. The one I regret not liberating was one of the OG Warhammer. Before Warhammer was a tabletop strategy game, it was an RPG, and I regret not liberating it. Sorry, I mean...
These fortresses have been here for many cycles.
Borrowing it.
We may invest some splinters and restore, but bear in mind that we will need to provide resource access as well. Some fortresses have long-range weaponry, while others have extensive anti-air capabilities.
Well, thank you, Vernflow, for letting me know. We're loaded, so we can restore this. Okay. There we go. Oh, interesting. So we can build a harbour right there.
I'll transport anything you wish me to. There isn't anything for me to transport.
Well, go and fucking get it then, Lucas. It's not complicated. Lady Nora. But we now have this.
There isn't anything for me to...
Doing this one on bloody purpose, aren't you? I keep getting sucked into this game. I keep saying, no, I'm going to sit here and have a conversation with you all. And then I immediately start playing more. Because of the sponginess of it. Because of the... Oh, we got these safe trade routes here. Yeah, until we can supply this. I might just leave our battleship here. Because we could stand to get some more units and all. I'm sad we lost our pirate ship. That thing was fucking rad. And Beeple Bees, what and welcome. Now, before we get into tabletop talk, I know, you'll know my personal philosophies on this, which is that it is the people around the table who make tabletop stuff worth playing. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
The Mansa Order sees your settlement and wishes to assist. They have assigned me and my ship to support your efforts.
I mean, cool.
I carry iron and stone from your mines and quarries to wherever you need it. My cargo is protected by Mansa guns. It is as safe as can be. We find empty docks at both ends of this trade route. It appears our skills and ship are not needed here.
Well, where are we supposed to be bloody trading to? Okay. Okay. I will not be perturbed. I guess, the other thing being the soul tree here, and I guess this is as we're gaining folks. Oh, okay, so as our population increases, we get all this cool shit. As we make friends with these other factions, their population increases, and that's where we're finding these folks. Okay, I'm getting it now. There's so much of this you can only learn by playing it, and I find that I'm so sorry, friends. You know what? I'm gonna grab myself a piece of cheese. Spawn enemies, spawn friends, spawn what you will. I am so brain fried. Let no one tell you streaming for a living is easy. Okay. Monstrous creatures of the deep are attacking your ships. Thanks, I hate it. Just in general, or here? Hey, Fred. What and welcome. Cheers. Okay, apologies for that. Oh, sorry about that. I miss our little skull-faced boat. He was cool.
We find empty docks at both ends of this trade route. It appears our skills in ship are not... I carry iron and stone from your mines and quarries to wherever you need it. My cargo is protected by...
Okay. You know what, friends? That was officially every thought falling out of my head. I think we were talking about tabletop stuff, and I was just going to add my usual, like... The difference between a good game and a bad game is not the systems you play, but the people you play with. And, like... You know, 5th edition isn't the spiciest of the D&D variants, but it's become so widespread and ubiquitous, it's a really good place, especially if you want to do something weird or funky. But, like, one of the best campaigns I played was 4th edition, which everybody hated. And understandably. So, Fred, this is very, very fascinating. It's a holistic campaign. It's a holistic grand strategy game. You start growing your own little empire off the coast of a small archipelago and slowly attempt to grow it either by naval trade or by air supremacy. It's so far been, like, utterly fascinating. Something along those lines, Fred. Something along those lines. It's taken quite a few hours to really get to grips with feeling this game, lol. But now that I feel like I've got a good understanding of it, it's fascinating. Going out into the seas with your little fleet feels like exploring parts of Sunless Sea, but a little less scary. The city building elements have such an organic quality to them that it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel constrictive. Like, this is our main island, which I've been working on most of the day. And it looks fucking cool. Like, look at this. This is rad as shit.
This route will do. It's nice and quiet. I appreciate you finding a place for me. It appears a fellow captain here is... This route will do. It appears a fellow captain here is protesting my presence on this route. So I suppose.
Okay, so the different factions are grumpy. This is the island of some numbers. Are you Got any more of them cool pirates? Any more of them cool pirates? No? Dang it. One can hope. Oh yeah, and just for those of you who are great big dorks about the different coloured units you see, different coloured lines you see here, this is the resources and how they're distributed. So these specific buildings are getting iron and stone. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, friends. I'm really starting to hit the wall. There's so much going on with this. And I'm at that point now where I want to start building like a gajillion different setups. You know, start finding some safe trade routes so I can, you know, command this little like iron forge here and this one here. I'm going to try and do that whilst we're nattering. It's genuinely fascinating, and it doesn't feel like Civ. It doesn't feel like any of the other main strategy titles that I've encountered. Like, I played one recently which I really enjoyed, which was a blend of Civ 5 and... Oh, hang on. I need to repair that. And build a iron mine. So Caffeine, I am going to play this more. I can't say whether or not this is something that...
Things are improving. I carry iron and stone from your mines and quarries to wherever you need it. My cargo...
Things are improving.
I carry iron and stone. We are assisting in the growth of your settlement.
But we don't have wood. We need bloody wood. Build ourselves a fucking lumber. Be joined to a bigger origin harbour, but this one is?
Things are improving.
We are assisting in the growth of...
Okay. I still haven't worked out how to get harbours to make friends with each other. We're working on that. It's fine. Okay. And every time I say it, I just get zipped away. If you need a better compliment for this game as to why this is something special, God damn it, John! I got caught snacking by someone! It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Like, it's fine. That's fine. Okay.
I have made a game about non-superpowered critters. I call it Mortal Wombats.
I have no words. I have no words. That's a point. I wonder if one of those,
What how and wow these weeks are flying by, they are weeks, right?
Let's say yes. And Spiller, thank you. I mean, that. Okay, Akira Zero. That's $5 and keeping me alive. Thank you. Spiller, that's the full compliment. You could not have subscribed for a month more. That's really cool of you. I currently don't know how to... Transport vessel, captain for hire. Love it. Okay.
Assign me a route to a trade harbor, and I will generate some splinters for your treasury. There isn't a route to...
Well, you can hang out here all the same. I don't know what to do. Okay. I'm going to save. I'm going to save and close. Biakuaz. One, I want to look up trade routes. Transport captains, trades between two harbors. Combat captains between two places. Okay, but how? How do we set up those trade routes? Oh shit, Zach helped with this. Huh. That's way cool. Sorry. Just noticing some homies that I know who were involved in this. That's really fucking cool. Oh, this is also a very, very good indication that while this was predominantly made by Tomas, this was not just one person's creation. Damn. Okay. So we're going to exit out of that, not because it is bad, but because I have lost the ability to hold a conversation at the same time. I'm not ready to call it for the evening yet. I might need to go pee very quickly, but honestly, I'm thinking it's cup of tea and have a natter o'clock. Excuse me. And I know it's pretty quiet at this hour. Like, we don't have the full complement of the longship, but that's all right. Like, I have to remind myself that sometimes it's okay for me to do what I want to do, and right now what I want to do is just hang out and have a chat. I'll tell you what, Caffeine, not marbles, but fishing. Do you want to have a little fish off before... Nah, I need to phrase that better. I need to phrase that much better. You want to go fishing before we bring our adventures to a close? Okay, alright, we fishing. Time for fish. And one of the previously unadded fish is now live. So let's see if we... Nah, squad fishing. Get that fish! If you haven't played before, all you need to do is type !fish. That'll put a line on the hook, and until your fish is cast, you don't have to worry about a thing. We got Dreamcast beats, and we got good friends. It's not a cult. It's not a cult. See? It's not a cult. Proof. Fished up proof. Okay. As I try and get my brain and my thoughts and my nonsense together. Actually, let me pee quick, pop the kettle on. It's banter o'clock. Sorry, I understand I'm all over the place right now, and it's basically because I've been indoors for days. I have not had people to talk to, and now a bunch of my favourite people are all... It's not a cult! See? Chroma. Not a cult. A bunch of my favourite people are all hanging out here. So I'm kind of like that, you know, that only child who suddenly has people around the house and is running around being like, let me show you this thing, let me show you this thing. I have to pee, I need more tea, let me show you this thing. Hello, babies. No, you're not getting any more until it's cage cleaning, so deal with it. Tooties. I see you with your little hippity hops. I see you. You can have trees and you can have good stuff later, alright? kettle's on. Also, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at all this salad. Look at this salad you're not eating. Squeak at me like you're unfed. Okay. Okay. Hello. Yeah, I have definitely been indoors a little bit too much. I'm kind of jelly because I probably said this several hours ago, but this evening is the Seattle Indies monthly meet. And I really enjoyed the one in January. I was very determined to go back. But, like, one, I don't feel 100%. And two, I don't want to be the person that brings, like, a rotter of a cold and ends up wiping out half the indie space. Fish! Like, being the plague vector of doom. And Spiller, I'm a little worried, Spiller, because you are the third person today. Hey! That's some cold ankles. It's Kevin, the tumbleweed with a knife. But yeah, Spiller, I'll have a look at that one after. I am... I'm fascinated too. But yeah, there have been multiple people today who've been having technical problems. I don't know if that's Twitch side, or if that's something that I have changed. I'm really real paranoid about that now, you know. Anyway. It is wild to encounter a game that is really, really fucking good, but I have to stop playing it because otherwise I'm not going to talk to you lot. Oh man, it turns out there's a bunch of DLC. Oh, that's fucking cool. The Dreadnought. Oh, that's fucking cool. Mad Lecter. Trader Pack. Oh, Barracuda. Cheeky little gunboat. Oh, man. We could have been even more overpowered. Hang on, I just need to... Let's see who gets that whale. And Fearless Watto and welcome. Welcome back. I am Jelly. I did not get to go out and see everybody. But as I was just saying to these lovely folks, I'm trying not to be a plague vector. Because this cold has kicked my ass way more than it should have. It's criminal. It's criminal. Yay! That's the second Kevin the Tumbleweed with a knife. Still dry, despite jumping out of a pond. What is he plotting? The cold or the warm embrace of Papa Nurgle. He does love you. That's the one thing you know about Papa Nurgle. I know, babies. I know. I know. You can make sure it's nice and toasty in here. Well, not nice and toasty, it's not freezing. Because you guys get the cage clean in a bit. And yeah, you know what? I'd get tickets to go see Plague Vector. Sorry, and I'm trying to work out if the problem that Spiller is having is a problem with us, or is a problem with Twitch. Because, you know, the one problem with... That's a problem with... If people start having problems with, like, watching your stream, they don't tell you, they just leave. They don't give you any information, they just go. And that is paranoia-inducing. Whoop-how. You look at me like you're so underfed. Look at me like I have fed you all bloody day. Okay. Alright, tears pause. Okay. I know there was something that I... Of course, now my brain is falling out the back of my head. I know there was a reason... I'm sorry, there was a conversation topic that I wanted to jump on. Hey, that's a molten viral. Makes good soup. It's just good soup. Okay. Okie dokie. Problem solving whack-a-mole combined with glorious nonsense. God, I cannot wait to be able to play more of that though. We're gonna do so many nautical crimes. I guess the other thing that I did want to scratch on was that, once again, the sheer rate of which incredible games is coming out is ridiculous. Lost Records, Bloomin' Rage dropped today, which was the kind of... coming of age... The coming of age huge... God, I can't even speak now. So it was Don't Nod's next tune about kids growing up, the music that affects them, and it looked really, really fucking good from the previews and stuff we saw. It was partially between like Don't Nod's usual story exploration and just a cracking music video. I don't know if I'll be able to stream it because I don't know what the correlation is between the music and whether it's licensed stuff or whether it's things that they put together themselves, but it looks really fucking good. Yes, I haven't started Keep Driving for that exact reason. Also, one thing that skipped by me that I wanted to put on your radar. Terry Kavanagh. Terry's Other Games. Oh, fuck off! Little Fire! Get out of my house! Get out of my house. And then please come back, obviously. Well, if you're living in the closet with the shark, at least bring me a cup of tea and make it myself. God. Exclamation fish. Okay, so what I was going to share with you all. So this is a wonderful example, once again, of taking like small game jam games, prototypes and concepts, and putting them into a really interesting wrapper to make into that. It's called Terry's Other Games, and it is a wonderful cacophony of different concepts and ideas smushed together. Ah, the crown of caffeine! Get fucked, great white shark. Sorry, I'm also trying to work out why Spiller's broken. Okay. And that's a whole car for Gideon. Oh. T heals all. T heals all. I wonder what Sharklian Monsters Little Fire is going to grab next. Oh, and just as an FYI, friends, if you do end up being #1 on the leaderboards, then you get to add a custom fish to the list. You're going to do that. Bacon Avenger, that's a pineapple. Well, currently, Little Fire, I think it's between you and Caffeine. I think the rest of us are just playing catch up. Edwin, you were supposed to DM me on Discord afterwards. Well, we can very quickly check the leaderboards after Greyjoy's grab. Okay, you and Caffeine are literally at the same. So, Like, literally the same. So never give up, never surrender. And we'll see how this, this plays out. Oh! That is a record orange spotted spine foot. Well done. Your mantra is give up and surrender. Ah. Fair. Fair. Sorry, I'm just saying my thank yous. Okay. Ooh. Ha-ha! Count Quackula for me! Duck. Not just duck. Gigantic duck. Oh, and I did crank down the gigantic emotes to as low as I'm allowed to put them. Because, I don't know, I've decided I like them. I hate that it was something that we got kind of forced upon us, but... like, I'm not against it. Okay. So it doesn't look like we can narrow down what Spiller's technical issues are. Weirdly, they don't seem to be having the browser error on other streams on Twitch. Only with this one. But like, I'm not seeing any bitrate problems on the back end or anything like that. So, I don't know what's going on. Of course, the paranoia is now set in, because if people are tuning in and it's like crashing them out, they're not going to post anything. Spiller only did because they've been here for 1,000 years. So, don't let the fear set in. Don't let the paranoia set in. Sorry, I just was quickly checking the hot sheets. There doesn't seem to be anything else really going on games-wise, but NetEase did put out a statement, and it didn't really say a lot of anything, just that they're looking to refocus their development core of Marvel Rivals. Well, that's because you told it your philosophy. Always give up and surrender. It's like, nah. You gotta believe in the heart of the cards. You gotta believe in the fish. Well, so Edwin, that's the thing is, like, with the Marvel Rivals thing, they just got rid of the Seattle team. And so everybody's got theories. None of them are because the game is doing poorly. Oh, did it not? There we go. I'm back in. Wolf, that's a weird drawing of a fish. Love to see it. Ah, so Fearless, if you're still chilling and illing, anything else from the world of Seattle Indies? While I'm here being a weirdo shut-in. I have not stories to tell, and I've literally told you all everything interesting that's happened to me.
I miss you.
Oh. Record-breaking junk. That's also a great band name. That's understandable. Sorry, Phyllis was saying they met somebody who worked UPS by day and worked on their match 3 by night. I mean, right now, if you can fund and support your own little development cycle, then you're onto a winner. But you don't need me to tell you that. Oh. I wonder if we need to do like a little Will AMA. Oh, I didn't realize. Kate was just adding that UPS drivers get good pay and great benefits. Benefits. A quirky concept. Well, there was one thing that crossed my feed today that I thought was absolutely fascinating. Oh, I've already on the line, okay. And that was, where was it? Was it GI.biz?
I miss you.
There was an article doing the rounds about how... Where is it? Yoshida, the smiling, happy face of Sony, that the reason that he went into the indie department, or the handling of independent games at PlayStation, or... Fuck, that's a big one. Blobby Will, a haunting reminder of a dark time, but a great game. Is it a game changer? Possibly. You know what? I want to see how the leaderboards are going. All right, Little Fire is in the lead, Caffeine following, then Wolf. Still everything to play for, and no reason to play it. And Caffeine, it's not cold. But yeah, so something that crossed my feed this morning that I wanted to discuss, but we kind of ended up talking about Marvel Rivals Overwatch stuff. So, Shuhei Yoshida it turns out the reason he took over the indie side of PlayStation was that he was basically given marching orders, like, either you go over and you handle indie, or get fucked. And that really struck me, because, like, we've talked about this a little bit, about how PlayStation as an outfit is fine, but how they treat you is wildly varied. Like, wildly varied. And Yoshida was... Little Fire's got a whole fucking car! I think that puts Little Fire in the lead. Yoshida was such a massive part of, like, Sony's identity. Like, he was the dude that went over to, like, Square, now Square Enix, and courted them for getting them, you know, some tasty exclusives. He's a big part of why their identity was so solidified. And he ended up getting put ahead of indies. Like, it's not wrong, it's just weird. Sorry, and as I was scraping at there, and apparently I'm just falling over my own words today, but like, there's this thing that if you ever work with PlayStation, especially as an indie, if they are good to you, they are the fucking best, and they will treat you like VIP dignitaries, or they will forget you exist. Hey, caffeine, that's an epic sponge. They will forget you exist, and then suddenly it'll be coming up on launch day and you'll be wondering, where has all my fucking support gone? And Edwin, it kind of feels like that. He dances around a lot of the questions in the interview, but he does allude to, like, the post-COVID reaction being very, very extreme. The TLDR of that is basically the games industry made more money than sense during lockdown. And that caused a lot of teams to make a lot of really stupid decisions. And one of those was going hard on live service everywhere all the time. Good pull. I think this is going to be Little Fires. Short of a surprise whale. Oh, here we go. Ah, beans. I can't even cheat at my own fishing game. This is bullshit! I can't win marbles. I can't win fishing. Fuck. It's so weird, the almost feudalistic way in which Sony operates sometimes. Okay. So I tell you what, friends. It's a pickle. Telling me you've never had lake pickles before? Damn it, Capping. You haven't lived to have pickles from the lake. Nah, dear friends, I think I might have to admit defeat. I'm trying to rally, but I think the old noggin has given up the ghost, and I still gotta clean out the guineas before I can start settling down for the day. So, I'll tell you what, we're gonna give it another 2 minutes. And then I'm calling last cast. So get your casts in now, friends. Exclamation fish. Do not live to regret. And maybe it was naive of me to think my first day back, where I'm still kind of getting over something, I'd be able to just leap into action. Fool that I am. Little fire. That's a weird drawing of a fish. That's a good rubber duck, that is. Good pull. Well, it's a little fire. If you win, you now know you have to draw me Little Fire's poorly drawn fish. Like, it has to be that. Okay, if you win, it is your choice. So long as it's Twitch safe. But it's too good. Oh, oh, oh. It's a fucking British megabus. That might be enough for caffeine to catch up, but I don't think it's enough to overtake. Oh, it's spicy. Sauron, also, big pickle. It's not a record breaker, but it's a big pickle. Oh, here we go. Here's a whale. Come on. Don't know where I'm going to put it. A disembodied middle finger. Oh, barracuda. I was a contender for a brief second today. I was a contender. All right, friends. I want all of you throw in exclamation fish. Make sure you got one on the line. And then no more. This is our final cast, everyone. Final cast. Everything could change in a almost in a hot fishy minute. I'm glad I didn't say that. That would be bad. I'm trying to think of something interesting for us to natter about tomorrow, lest the games industry detonate. I will say, I am looking at downloading Avowed on Game Pass, because that does look like it has something interesting to it. Aeon, the evening game went fucking brilliant. I wanted to hang out and chat with everybody, but unfortunately my brain's cracked out. It was so good and so beautiful. My only problem with, Bulwark Evolution was that I just wanted to soak in it. I wanted to set up my trade routes. I wanted to start breaking faces. I was having a great time. I was just failing at conversation. And this might fucking shock you all. I hope you're all sitting down for this piece of information. I actually like talking to you all. Legasp. Legasp. Aeon, it's fucking good to be back. It's fucking good to be back. And yeah, Greyjoy, no more casts. Okay. The Nimbochromus. It's a fancy little dude. Gideon, have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. You're entirely welcome. Pleasure's mine. Now, it all could change in a hot minute, but right now it's looking like it's going to be, little fires. That's a good tire there, Caffeine. Little fire, you'll better let me win or I'm cursing bloodlines. Well, it's not gonna be Caffeine. Needed 300, got a tire. Someone's gonna find, like, unobtainium. But Bloodlines 2's already cursed! Not looking forward to that mess. Is that supposed to be coming out this year? We had a team from Seattle making a game about Seattle. And then we gave it to some people from the UK. Oh, good. And here's the thing, like, Still Wakes the Deep was incredible. That is absolutely where all their attention went. Good pull there, Aeon. I got a mackerel! Oh, love me a mackerel. It's right good. Sauron, if you would care for a dirty late lager to go with your pickle, you're all set. I don't think it's going to be a winner, but certainly a meal. Alright. Greyjoy with a fancy turtle. They're endangered. You're going to jail. But aside from that, last cast, here we go. Could this be the upset? Could this be the game changer? Nope! Okay. You're not all going home winners, but very few are going home hungry. So it is with my honor to announce that Little Fire is our fishing champion of the evening. So, Little Fire, after stream, what I would like you to do is DM me what you would like as your custom fish. If you want to do a hand-drawn, if you want to do like a terrible drawing of a fish, just send it through DMs. It can be Little Fire's terrible drawing of a fish. But if you would like something else, go for it. Little Fire would like to thank the Academy, Red Bull, and Gremlins. The movie or the creature? Yeah, Wolfcrad, you got a full-on blobby will. You did it. The creature, okay. I can't believe we've got two sharks, 2 cars, and a British megabus. Oh, we did get a couple of virals though, that's cool. I mean, Wolfcrad, you are allowed to keep the blobby will. Whether you should or not is another matter entirely. Actually, and how's the all-time leaderboards? People are slowly starting to catch up on Immortal Len's impossible score. And who's got the biggest? Okay, Lyris still has the largest catch, followed by Vanderbeest. Cold Ankles with the Amber Jack-o'-lantern. Immortal Len with the biggest blue whale. Ah, a lot of whales, a lot of treasure. Oh, the Ocean Gate submersible. The little sub that couldn't. Good to see. Good to see. Okay. So let me clear the board so I remember for next time. I'm being smart. Okay. And just as an excuse to bring up the gorgeous screenies, because I'm going to be spoilt for thumbnails for this one. I mean, okay, seriously, like, look at some of these. These were the screens from today. Like, holy crud. There's numbers base. The moon. Hanging out in the tower. Living life. I really like that one. I'm going to go with that one, though, to close out. So, dear friends, please do not run away just yet. Because I can give you a choice between Day the Diver or a point-and-click game you've probably not seen. Or maybe a Jigsaw if you're feeling it. But I need to say my thank yous. Friends, I hope you've had a good day today. This was a fucking good game and a fucking lovely day. I know I wasn't my full conversational self, but again, it's a huge compliment to this game. Like, I had to fight how absorbing and brilliant it was. And how's that for a fucking compliment, alright? Thank you lot for keeping me alive. I don't have the usual clever big words today. As always, I fucking love doing this. Thank you for letting me do that. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. And to that end, I need to thank the following people directly, because it is only because you lot chuck bits at my dumb face and donations and stuff that I pay rent and don't die. For that, thank you. Okay? So, to Jason Aston, thank you kindly for the follow. Hopefully we get to natter video games in the future. To Chaunerus, Dust in Your Eyes, Mr. Squarepeg, Kimble, Scotty Doggy, Sean Peoples, The Mental Monk, Wolf, Sentient, Spiller. Some of you were doing the full 76. None of you were less than a year. Holy shit, thank you. And I know a bunch of you were gifting subs and hunting for Carl, so fucking yo. To Akira Zero, Eraman, Scotty Doggy, Some Numbers, Bacon Avenger, Vanderbeast, Wolfcrag, Punspector, Jamami, Legend, Quasi, J-Post, Handlebars of Orion, Nova, Shitaru, very doubtful guest, Shadows of Life, like all of you, the bits and donations, like I said, like, thank you. Thank you. To Caffeine, Nova, and Moose, thank you for keeping an eye on things today, you fucking beautiful mother huppards. And to Little Fire and Restless Roots, thank you for the raids. Wait, when was the Little Fire raid? Was I making tea? Did I miss that? Alright, to my lovely lot, if you've been wondering what the fuck Marvel Rivals has been all about, if you would like to watch someone who can actually play video games, please, 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 click on Little Flyer, give them a follow. One of these days, we'll be able to return the favour and raid on into them. God, Little Fire, I'm so sorry. You fucking legend. You know I am. Usually I would keep this bit going with you and I'd feign like, ha, of course I'm not sorry. You've called me out. Clearly with my evil English accent, I was lying the whole time. I can't. Oh, Bacon, you know what it was? It's because I was trying to fix Spiller's nonsense. I got in tech support mode. Fool of a took. Well, anyway, Little Fire, again, like, thank you for raiding on in. I hope you had a bloody good stream. Right, but that's enough from me. I'm throwing you over to Chorby. You want point and clicks? I'm giving you point and clicks. Alright. I don't have anything else to add, you beautiful Mother Hubbards. I'm just going to throw you straight over there in a second. Just thank you. Tomorrow is Therapy Swords. We're going to hit big things with big swords. Work slowly towards felling Radahn with the power of friendship and this gun that I found. I made myself laugh. But this has been a really good day, friends, so thank you. Onward!